2019 Truckee Town Council meeting. Wow, we have a full house tonight. Great to see everybody. So, Judy, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Klofstad?
Here.
Vice Mayor Goodman?
Here.
Mayor Tillman?
Here.
Councilmember Abrams?
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Here.
Thank you.
And at this point, we're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance, and we're going to ask the 4th and 5th grade classes of Ms. Brisman and Akers to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you so much. Great job. Okay, before we get to the regular agenda, we have an opportunity to open tonight's session up for public comment. And this is public comment on anything that is not on the agenda. So you'll be limited to 3 minutes. If you could step forward to the podium, state your name for the record. And again, you'll have 3 minutes. And Mr. Keelis.
Hi, Seth Keelis, Truckee resident. I'm encouraged to see the straw issue being discussed tonight. One thing I mentioned to the mayor is I would love to include single-use styrofoam to-go containers in a discussion in the future. So if that could be brought to consideration. And then 2 other items related to wildfires, whether it's discussion topics or further discussion. I question with all the different fires and, for instance, we've been canceled twice by our homeowners insurance over the last 2 years, and it sounds like there's a lot more coming to Truckee residents. Is there or should there be discussion about revisiting the Truckee tree preservation ordinance and/or clearing or buffering or some sort of, safety measures taken into place where, I personally love living in the trees, but, in light of what's happened in the last couple of years, considered maybe removing some, that are hanging over my house. So I'm sure I'm not alone in that, and maybe some discussion could be there. And then I know there has been some discussion on being able to, what our emergency exit plans are in the case of a large canopy fire, but how that's communicated to Truckee residents in the middle of the night and, what those plans are, having something that's very easy to follow and a good alert system could be preferential or beneficial to Truckee residents. So that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Seth.
Can I make a really quick response to that?
Absolutely.
Just curious, show of hands, how many people here subscribe to Nixle alerts? Thank you. Thank you. I think, Chief, we said we've gone from about 4,000 subscribers to 8,000 in the last couple of years.
We currently sit at 8,400, and 18 months, 24 months ago, we were about 4,600.
So if you're in the room and you're not subscribed, please do that. That is obviously only one of many pieces of the puzzle, but that is the best way that we have to get information to people about updated, changing situations. So just wanted to take that opportunity. Thank you, Seth.
Or if you're watching at home, subscribe. Tell your friends to subscribe.
And I'm breaking protocol, but can I say how you subscribe really quickly?
Absolutely.
You text your zip code to 888-777. It's that simple. It takes about 10 seconds.
And Chief, in addition to Nixle, there's also an emergency evacuation plan available on the Town of Truckee website, correct?
Correct.
And other information. And where exactly would that be?
If you Google Town of Truckee Emergency Management, you'll get to that specific webpage, and then underneath that there's an evacuation guide that allows you to zoom into your specific neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
Visual aids. 3 minutes. I'm Rick Lee.
I think is the red light on?
But now.
There we go.
Okay.
I'm Rick Lee. I want to thank the hardworking TOT staff. Unfortunately, administration has declined by policy to allow our silent 1-minute video showing our units, quality, character, to be shown. I'm here to ask this body to roll up your sleeves and find a way to empower TOT staff under current regulations to interpret the equivalent alternative regulations and benefit to the community clauses in a way that will enable us to complete 20 more duplex 3-bedroom dwellings similar in style and quality to our first completed rented unit. Our 5.8-acre property is above Smokies, walking distance from schools. They are homes on wooded lots, not apartments. We are empowered by an $860,000 grant that is locals only, $750 per bedroom, 15 years, provided by TTAD. This grant will expire unused if Phase 2 groundbreaking does not occur in July of this year. These homes will be retained and rented, not sold. After subtracting property management, maintenance, insurance, and interest, keeping construction costs remotely close to or just above break even is so challenging, others are unwilling to try. Our current Phase 2 design is the result of our first build and hours of value engineering. This design has a chance to successfully impact the current housing crisis with 22 3-bedroom homes now. The first of 2 challenges is the interpretation of an equivalent alternative to the inclusionary housing requirement. Losing 3 or 4 of the 11 lots to this requirement would push costs beyond feasibility and doom the project. Solution? Empower staff to accept the TTAD locals only 750 bedroom definition for this project on all 11 for 22 homes as an equivalent alternative to the inclusionary housing requirement of just 3 to 4 lots. The second challenge is that current single-family ADU zoning calls for primary dwelling to be twice the square footage as the secondary dwelling. This requirement would lose 1 secondary bedroom and require the primary dwelling addition of 580 unnecessary square feet of construction. This would push costs beyond feasibility and doom the project. Solution? Empower staff to grant a variance for the 50% 800 square foot restriction as a benefit to the community. If fast-tracked, this would allow us to proceed with no zoning change. Please give internal direction to staff to clear a path for this 3-bedroom home on wooded lot designed, aimed directly at the forgotten middle, or put it on your next agenda for immediate action. If an experienced contractor or break-even plus expectation equipped business plan with an $860,000 grant can't reach this goal for 22 rent-restricted homes, then something is wrong. It would be a personal defeat and a tragedy for the Truckee community and employees if this project is lost and the grant funds go elsewhere. We simply need a tailwind. Thank you. 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes, sorry.
Thank you, Rick.
Thank you very much.
A question on
Yes.
the video. Is there a website or a link to the video that
There
you
is.
described? Or would you be able to email it to the council or the staff?
I think you guys have it,
Okay.
but I'll do that again.
Okay.
And anyone else who is interested.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
You know, you and I, we've had some back and forth. We're not going to resolve this evening, but
I know that.
I do want to appreciate. I just wanted to express appreciation for you bringing this forward, and I may offer to meet with you and staff. You know, maybe we can set something up separately.
I will come back 500 miles again to do that at your convenience.
All right. Well, you know how to reach me, and I know how to reach you, so we'll figure something out.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Anything you want to add, Jeff, or are we good? Okay. All right. Okay. Any other public comment this evening? I see Carol Mager, wait, okay.
Can I ask a question? Is that Okay.
That's called a public question.
okay? I have a public question, not a comment, and it's not in the agenda. So I just wanted to know if there was a plan for the community land at the rail yard that the town is overseeing, a possible community land, and if there's going to be a public process for that land or not.
I'll let Jeff answer.
Sure. There is no current plan. It has a variety of options that have been, talked about. It's simply an available site design. The way the development agreement works, 25,000 square feet, I think, Dan, is available for $1 for about 7 years or so for us. An additional 25,000 square feet could be available at market price. We'd be a first right of refusal, but no plan. And yes, there would be a public process no matter what. The only thing under consideration, sort of formally in a kind of way, is it's one of several options, part or all of that land for the transit relocation opportunity. So that's the only sort of project that it's even exploring on that site.
Okay, great. If the kids would love to know if, I guess we just get on the email list if a process does occur.
Yes, and you're welcome to attend the meetings of the transit relocation if you want to keep up on it from that angle.
Can I get your name, please?
Carol Mager.
Thank you.
With the Kid Zone, right? Yep. Okay. Any other public comment this evening? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and move on to our presentations. We have a series of presentations tonight. And the first one is going to be introduced by Erica Mertens with our staff on a student-led initiative to ban plastic straws. Do we have any students here tonight? Oh, okay. Okay, now I see. All right. Thank you. Okay, Erica, go ahead.
Awesome. Thanks, Mayor and council members. I'm pleased to introduce the 4th, 5th, and 6th grade class from CELS, Sierra Expeditionary Learning School. And tonight we've got the students from the Outlaw the Straw campaign. They've been working on this project for the last year, and actually we were pleased to kind of partner with the CELS students last year in addition to SWEP, UC Davis, Turk, the Tahoe Fund, the League to Save Lake Tahoe, and IVGID Waste Not last Earth Day when we actually held a straws event over at the UC Davis Center in Incline. And so I'm familiar with their campaign, and I think it's really inspiring. We've got 2 students presenting tonight. We have Faith Anderson and Vincent Long, and I will just kick it off to them.
We are members of the 4th and 5th grade Brisbane and Acres crews from Sierra Expeditionary Learning School. We are here to educate and invite you to join our campaign, Outlaw the Straw.
At our school, we learn about real-world issues and emphasize service and community. We weave the curriculum and community values into semester-long learning experiences called expeditions. When we started our campaign, we were involved in an expedition that examines how water shapes our Earth, with a final emphasis and focus on human impact and conservation. We learned about water at a molecular level, how water shows up and behaves on Earth, and water's effect on the human experience.
Did you know that the U.S. alone throws away 500 million straws just one day? That's about enough straws to wrap around the Earth 2.5 times. Once we began our research on this topic, we were blown away by the statistics we encountered. From learning about the volumes of plastics that are dumped in our oceans, to watching a marine biologist try to remove a straw from a turtle's nose, to learning about various small communities and restaurants that are around California that are trying to ban single-use disposable plastic straws. We got very inspired. We knew we had to act locally to help globally combat this issue.
So we started our campaign, Outlaw the Straw. Our first steps included creating a logo and slogan, which is this: a turtle with plastic in its body, and our slogan, Outlaw the Straw, and school name. We spoke to our school community and asked them to bring in already purchased straws from home. From this, we created art pieces of sea turtles. We asked each community member to ban plastic straws from their families and Instead, use bamboo, metal, paper, or glass straws instead of plastic. And when you order a drink at a restaurant, to ask for no plastic straws. And help pick up all of the trash and plastics you see along the lakes and rivers of our area.
We then prepared and presented to several restaurants asking them to ban single-use disposable plastic straws. Last year we presented at Lodge at Tahoe Donner, Red Truck, Zuri, the Last Straw event, the Tahoe Environmental Research Center, and at Squaw Valley Earth Day, Glensire Pizza, Smokey's Kitchen, Truckee Cleanup Day, and Downtown Merchants Association also signed on. All businesses we visited immediately agreed to going disposable plastic straw-free.
We see the problems from plastics in general and disposable straws in particular. Knowing we wanted to make a difference, we focused on straws and looked into what could be done. We were and are still determined to see our campaign grow into a movement.
Therefore, we are asking the Truckee City Council to enact a city-wide ordinance to ban single-use disposable plastic straws at our local restaurants. We believe the impact of banning single-use disposable plastic straws will not only improve our local aquatic and biotic ecosystems, but will also include Truckee in the growing movement around the country and world to better protect our environment. This movement includes Alaska Airlines, Bon Appetit, who provides food services for places such as AT&T Park, the Art Institute of Chicago, Getty Museum, Vassar College, and the Washington University in St. Louis, the University of Portland, the cities of Vancouver and Seattle, Miami Beach and Fort Myers, and all of Scotland and Taiwan. New York City and Hawaii have pending straw ban legislation. Our goal is to join cities in California who are also working to ban single-use disposable plastic straws. Alameda, Carmel, San Luis Obispo, Davis, Malibu, Manhattan Beach, Oakland, Richmond, and Berkeley. Won't you join us in helping to get Truckee on this list?
Ultimately, we hope to have the town of Truckee join us in our commitment to outlaw the straw and ban single-use plastic straws from our local restaurants. And if straws are necessary, to carry non-plastic reusable or paper straws instead for those patrons who wish for the straw experience. As a crew, we believe that this is the next step to our eco-conscious town. If we think globally and act locally, we can truly make a difference.
Outlaw the straw!
That's what I was going to say. Can we get the art to the rest of the crew?
Yeah. Wow. Well, thank you, Faith and Vincent, and your class. Fantastic job, and thank you so much for bringing this important issue to our attention here in Truckee. And amazing to hear about the other cities in California that have already taken this initiative and have banned plastic straws, and New York City on the East Coast and other countries and states. So, I would love to hear from my fellow council members what their thoughts are, and open it up for comments or questions up here. So, who would like to start?
I have some comments. I had the privilege to hear your class present at the Rotary Club of Truckee meeting, which was really impactful. As you can see, I got a sticker, which now is on my town-issued iPad. Sorry if that's not allowed. I think you're doing some really important work. I'm impressed. I'm proud. I love the idea. I think it's critical to lessen our plastic use. We were provided with a bit of information prior to the meeting, and there was a quote at the very end that is from the Berkeley Recycling Center's Executive Director, Martin Borg, who said, We cannot recycle or compost our way out of the disposable foodware problem. We have to focus on reduction. And so something like avoiding handing out the plastic straws and the styrofoams as mentioned earlier is really the path to do that. So please keep up the good work. I'm happy to help and support in any way that I possibly can.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would just echo everything, Councilmember Abrams said, and having a fourth grader myself who's extremely passionate about banning plastic straws as well. I'm well-versed and try to carry my reusable straws everywhere I go. And from a business perspective, it's a great conversation to have because we really took a great step when we banned the single-use plastic bags in town, and everybody thought that was going to be the death of us. But really, it's just been amazing to see everybody walking into the grocery store now with their reusable bags. So sometimes government action really does make a really big difference. So I'd love to see us tackle this issue in 2019.
I also agree with what my fellow members of the dais here have said. I had the privilege of speaking to, I think, all of you, this class. I went to visit CELS about a year ago. And it's impressive to both see how much work you had done at that point and how much work you've done since then. So thank you for that. Thank you for all you're doing. I think that the way that our council process works, we can't take action tonight, but we can kind of set a direction for staff to pursue. What I'm particularly interested in is how does the plastic straw conversation intersect with conversations around things like styrofoam and other single-use items. We obviously have to balance that with we don't want to switch from one single-use thing to something else that might be recyclable elsewhere, but our current system here doesn't recycle. Have we really achieved anything? So I think there's a really exciting conversation that I think we should have around single-use items in general to find what the Truckee sized and Truckee fit policy is. And one thing I just want to close by admiring is that you all have gone and talked to the business owners and you've talked to the people who would be most impacted by this. And that's a critical way that we want to make decisions in Truckee, is by that kind of conversation and figuring out what the best solution is for everyone. So thank you for getting us started on that, and I'm excited to see where this goes.
I am so impressed with all of you. I have been involved in the waste stream management of our community for over 15 years now, and this is really the culmination and an exciting moment that all of you get to be a part of, and I'm honored to be a part of it up here. I would actually not just support this, but I really think there's a great conversation to have about a lot of our single-use disposable plastics in our community. But this is the beginning conversation because it is such an easy one. And you have all proved that by doing exactly what Vice Mayor Goodwin has just described and going and talking to those people that this is going to impact. I encourage you to keep doing that. I encourage you to walk the talk. Bring your own straws. Got my own. and my own utensil kit, because that's the next thing I'd like to see us tackle, is single-use disposable plastic utensils in our community. California currently does have a law on the books to ban straws, but in my opinion does not go far enough. I think our community could take it to that next level, and I encourage you guys to keep doing that, keep working towards that. So congratulations to all of you.
I think my sense is that we have a 100% consensus up here about doing something and taking what you brought to us tonight and transforming that into some action ultimately. As Vice Mayor Goodwin said, we can't do anything this evening, but we can definitely discuss this with our staff and see how we can bring this back to council for some measurable action going forward. And, Vincent, I also echo what Vice Mayor Morgan was saying about talking to our businesses. It sounds like we've got at least a dozen restaurants and food establishments in Truckee that have already voluntarily agreed. So if we have that kind of an opening, I think we can push the door all the way and make this happen. So, Erica, we'd love to see this come back sometime this year for further consideration. Thank you again. Fantastic. I'm going to go. We've got 3 other presentations, and normally what we do is we wait until the end, but I think on this one we're going to open this up for public comment. If there's any public comment on this particular presentation, you're welcome to make that comment now. Oh, okay. Public comment or questions. If anyone in the audience has questions. Sorry. Okay, Council Member Abrams, I think, has a question.
We're ready to answer questions? Okay, practicing. I'm wondering what your thoughts are on having compostable straws or utensils. Have you researched that at all, or have you focused pretty much just on the plastics?
We've talked about it in Green Team. Does anybody want to take that part over? Kylie, stand up, please.
And we need you, so that people at home can hear you, you need to speak into the microphone at the podium.
It doesn't bite, don't worry.
So, on the Green Team, we were talking about many compostable utensils we could use at our schools. And we think that compostables are great ideas, but we think one problem we run into is that many people just don't know it's compostable, so they throw it away anyway. So I think that we would have to raise a little bit more awareness if we were to go the compostable route, because I think that compostables are great, but sometimes people just don't know and throw it away anyhow. And yeah, that's basically what we talked about compostables.
I appreciate your answer. It makes a lot of sense and sounds like you've put some good thought into it.
Can I ask someone a quick question too? So juice boxes, what do you guys think about your juice boxes? What are we going to do about those? I know I can't. Even though my 4th grader will not take a straw, she won't abandon her juice box yet. So how do we handle that?
Well, juice boxes aren't, the straws are still really bad, but like if you could just try like really hard to just like get like one of the juice, like not a juice box, like one of the juices that come like in a carton, that would be much better because paper decomposes much faster than plastic. So
awesome. Thank you.
I'm curious if any of the businesses you've talked to have shared with you a number on how much money they spend every year buying straws, or how much money are they saving by banning the straw. Have you asked that of any of the businesses?
no, I don't think so.
All right.
You should.
Next ones.
They'll save a lot.
I was one of the presenters at Zuri's, and they were saying that they spent like too much money on the straws, and we were telling them about the different options, and they sort of looked into it, and they found that it was it wasn't as much money as the plastics. So like Faith and Vincent were saying, is they switched right away to decomposable straws. and they thought it was better in terms of like saving money. So yeah.
Thank you. There are a lot of signatures on these petitions. And this weighs a lot too. I'm going to guess they're about what 500 or so, or something like that. Yeah. Very impressed.
We use the bats too, by the way.
Okay, so that
absolutely, yeah.
So 500 times 2.
I believe the number is 387 signatures, and we were handing them out at Earth Day. We were having people sign them if they believed in our movement, and in every restaurant we presented at, we had them so that people who are supportive could sign it, and we also got members in our community, like our parents and some of our friends, to sign them. So yeah, we have a lot of signatures. They had to be 18 and over.
Okay, great. Okay. Anna?
So my question is, what are your next steps? What are you going to do next, and what type of help and support do you need?
Yeah.
We will try to get them banned here first. Once that happens, we will make them banned in California, then the U.S., then North America, and then the world.
That's brilliant.
Fantastic.
Thank you for your time.
That's great, and it all started right here in Truckee, that takeover of the world. Any other questions, either from our audience or council?
What are you going to do with all the email addresses that you've collected? Is there a list going out or a group? What's happening with those?
We'll have to look to secretary.
Is there a Facebook page or an Instagram page that people can join? Instagram, guys.
Okay.
We have a public comment / question.
I have a question about the compost. I don't want to mess things up. Does the town of Truckee, do we have ability to compost at the dump site on Cabin Creek?
It's slightly complicated, so let's defer to
Erica.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Great question. So we actually just last week rolled out our commercial food waste compost program. So there are about 50 businesses in town that are now composting their food waste. The materials actually travel over to the Reno Sparks area to a compost facility there called Archie Donovan.
So we could have compostable items. Like residential, would that be the next level or the next step for that compost program?
Yeah, we are currently trying to identify a cost-effective and wildlife-safe way of collecting curbside compost, but we are kind of trying to identify some other creative options of how we can collect compost from residents, maybe in some communal collection methods.
Great news.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the compostable utensils and cups and things like that, those aren't currently accepted by our collector. Is that correct?
That's correct. Unfortunately, the reality is that the majority of compost facilities in the state don't accept the compostable materials. While they are compostable in nature, they don't often break down all the way in the piles. And so as a result, the compost facility where we're currently bringing our materials does not accept them. There are some other options in the region. However, it would increase the hauling and disposal costs.
Okay. Any other public comment? Okay, I think we're going to close public comment and would like to thank once again Ms. Brisman and Akers' 4th and 5th grade classes. Fantastic job. Please stay in touch with us and be on the lookout for further action this year. Okay, thank you. Oh, okay, we'll give you 30 seconds here to exit.
Goosebumps.
As they're leaving, I just want to note that I really appreciate it when the people sit in the front row, like as they come in. You know, it's just nice to show that like we're really excited about the conversation.
It also looks better on television, as you can see from the monitor in the back. Okay, at this point, we're going to move on to our next presentation item, 5.2, and I'd like to ask Seth Keelis to join me at the podium. We're here tonight to honor Seth and his service on the Truckee Planning Commission for many, many, many years. And how many years was it, Seth? 5 years. Well, that's many, many years. So Seth began his role as a planning commissioner in 2013. With a background in construction and interest in public service, he brought collaboration and an inquisitive mindset to the job. At his first meeting, the Planning Commission approved upgrades to Tahoe Forest Hospital and accepted comments on the Development Code update timeline. Little did Seth know that he would be reviewing Development Code updates for the entirety of his 5 years on the Planning Commission. And that is actually the most interesting work there is on the Planning Commission, is to review those code updates. And if he had waited a bit longer, he would have been able to take action on more hospital changes. In 2015, Seth's fellow commissioners appointed him as the chair, where he served until his recent resignation in 2019. And over his 5 years of service, Seth participated in decision-making and recommendations on a variety of significant projects in our community, policies and regulations, and some of those include, and there are about a dozen here, the Rail Yard Master Plan, the Yorga Ranch Specific Plan, the Coldstream Specific Plan, the Cannabis Dialogue, the Housing Element Update and changes to the town's workforce and inclusionary housing policies, Trout Creek Restoration Project, the Aquatic Center, the Tahoe Donner Nordic Center, the Truckee Artist Lofts, Quality Automotive, and Coburn Crossings. So he left quite a mark on our community. I had the privilege of serving on the Planning Commissioner from 2015 to 17 with Seth, and he did an absolutely amazing job as chair. He had an uncanny ability to really sort of organize our thinking as a commission on a number of very complex, complicated issues. So with that, we are very pleased to award Seth in grateful recognition for his dedicated service as a planning commissioner, the key to the town of Truckee. A few words? Or?
Just a few words. It was a pleasure to serve. Had the pleasure to be able to work with a few different people, had a full changeover, found myself all alone up there on the dais for the last round, but we always had dedicated people, and it's the important thing to understand, council and commission, is it's a very thankless job, but it's super, super important. So I always took it seriously, and I think that everyone who shows up for public comment, everyone who shows up to these meetings, everyone who volunteers are really the champions. So anyway, thank you for everything.
Next item, 5.3, we're going to get a quarterly financial status update. And Kim, looks like you're queued up.
Somehow I'm not sure I'm going to be quite the hit that the kids were, so sorry about that, you guys. Yeah. So just you see these slides quite a bit, just giving you an update kind of on the general well-being of what we're seeing fiscally with here at the town, mainly focusing on our primary revenue sources for the town because that gives us some indicators on what's going on. So moving right into property taxes. This is the trend we've been seeing, kind of a moderate growth over the last few years, which is great. It's steady. It's not too big, and we're not in a recession, and we're looking at a 5.1% increase, so higher than we had originally estimated in our budget for this year. So that's good news. And our preliminary look at the coming year, 1920, we're going to start out with a 4% increase in our estimates for the 1920 budget based on some discussions with the county. Looking at sales tax, this is kind of an up and down slide. The thing I need to point out is in 17-18, we had some anomalies in there because we report on a cash basis, and the state, in its wisdom, changed over its sales tax system. And for the last 4 quarters, we've had some issues with collection and reporting. So we're hoping that they're getting back on track. We have an accurate portrayal of what we think our sales taxes will look like in the future. Here is the third quarter, which is the last reported quarter. Remember, they're usually about 4 to 5 months behind. So economically, we did see for the quarter ended September of 18, economically about an 8.4% increase in sales taxes within the town. That primarily related to building and construction, and then quite a bit from the state and county pools, which is online sales. So we continue to see that be strong, the online sales, and that has continued to increase here for the town as far as sales tax revenues over the last several years. Our transient occupancy tax trend, you can see we brought in $3.4 million in 16-17. In 17-18, we were very close to that. 16-17 had some anomalies because we were doing some back collecting. I will tell you that even though we budgeted $3,150,000, we think we're going to come in at $3.5 million or more this year. So we're seeing strong collections, and this, because we do this collecting and reporting ourselves, we're fairly up to date. So this is the 12/31, so through this Christmas season, end of the calendar year, where actually you can see a 16.3% increase quarter on quarter. The interesting thing is we've kind of held steady in the number of reporting entities at about 1,650, went from 14 to 15 reporting hotels. The interesting thing is we went up about 100 reporting homes with property managers, and down about 100 reporting homes of single-family folks who are doing independent renting and short-term rentals on their own. So is that a trend? I don't know, but that is a change between one year and the next. So continued strong visitation, and I think we all have seen that's continued through the winter. And I think having snow and getting people stuck helps. Maybe getting them stuck away wouldn't help, but I don't think that's happened yet. So that's all I've got. Like I said, I'll keeping it brief, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions, Morgan?
Just curious on how it's calculated, because I think we'll have a couple large properties, like Coburn Crossing, for example, coming online, and obviously rail yard improvements. Are those Is that what helps contribute to that 4% property tax increase?
We have not included those yet. It takes about 18 months for us to actually see it included in the property tax. They have to be completed. Then they get assessed, and then we get some supplemental tax in the first year, and then we get a first full year of tax. So it'll probably be in the 2021 year that we actually start to see some of those impacts in property tax.
Wow. So the conclusion then is that those big projects are not contributing to the 4%.
That's
it's
correct.
just the general real estate.
Yes, you figure the Prop 13 increase is 2%, and then probably about another 2% based on general real estate. There were still a few Prop 8 properties that had been reduced during the recession. That's still about 15% is what the county estimates that had still been reduced that now need to be brought up to market because that's become higher than what they were lower to during the recession.
Any other council questions? No. We're going to open this presentation, the last one, and then the final one for public comment at the end. All right. Thank you, Kim. And Kim, looks like you're up one more time, right?
I'll take the lead on this one, and if needed, Kim and/or Yumi could provide some detail if needed. This is an update on community polling and kind of design of ballot measure consulting contract. And the reason we're bringing it to you is just the importance and visibility of the issue. It is actually a contract for $45,500 maximum, maybe less than that. It's a contract that the town manager has authority to go ahead and sign based on previous council direction. So it's not on for your vote. We've essentially already signed it and got it moving. But it's so important, we thought we wanted to bring it to your attention of the community. This really stems from the funding source study that was done by BAE, the economics firm, 6 to 8 months ago, in which they looked at different ways of creating a stable funding source for affordable and workforce housing, which we know is a very high priority for the community and the council. Council directed there be some follow-up after that, take the next step essentially and start moving toward crafting possible options for ways of securing that funding. And that's what this really is the next step. There are two separate firms that are a part of this. The main player in it is a gentleman named Charles Heath, who's worked on several past Truckee initiatives for us in terms of polling and focus groups and understanding how to craft ballot measures, Measure R and Measure V, and both of which were successful. So we have a lot of faith in Mr. Heath's ability. They will be looking at multiple options, and the options seem to proliferate every time there's a conversation, so we have to probably put a cap on that at some point. But they'll look at different possible ways, including a parcel tax, including TOT, transit occupancy as a possibility, including some hybrid variations, looking at the possibility of maybe some regional effort as opposed to a Truckee-only effort. So there's some multiple options in there that they're going to see if they can structure both some survey questions, some polling questions, and ultimately leading us to a major decision coming up about what the council wishes to do in terms of a potential ballot measure or some other way of funding. So we just bring it to your attention because of, again, of the importance of the issue, and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Any questions? Jeff, timing, what's sort of the next step?
Starting immediately. They will be working from now until around May 1st or so at the earliest. It may go beyond that, but we're shooting for being prepared to look at a November ballot if everything works out.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, what's the method for the polling? I mean, are they making phone calls, or how is this being?
It'd be the same as that.
Yeah, so based on some experience we've had with the same company in the past, there would be some cold calling that would be done, but they've also got some new methods of better getting to people, both online and with some other survey tools that they have that are digital that seem to be better at getting the data that they need.
Okay, good to hear, because I think the days of just calling somebody's home phone number are numbered. And do we have an expectation of the minimum number of people that they need to reach in order to satisfy our expectation for a populace?
So I haven't reviewed their work scope closely, but I know when we did Measure V and Measure R polling, it was in the 300 to 500 household range.
They make sure it's statistically significant based on the number of voters, and it represents the likely voters, and they're looking at likely voters in several different types of elections to make sure they can recommend to us which election would have the best opportunity for passage.
Okay, so it's not just the phone calling and the collection of the data, it's actually the research as to which particular election cycle it would be most favorable for.
And what kind of wording and framing would be most favorable wording and framing if we get down to a particular option. About 400 is usually the kind of minimum number that I've heard. I'm not sure if we have an exact number on this one, but they'll be getting that for us.
Great, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you again, Jeff. We're going to go ahead and open up the presentations to public comment. If anyone has any comment they'd like to make on any of the presentations tonight, please step to the podium. All right. Seeing none, we'll close public comment on the presentations, and then we'll move on to our consent calendar tonight. We've got 3 items on the consent calendar. 6.1, the minutes of the January 22nd, 2019 council meeting. 6.2, treasurer's report for the quarter that ended December 31st, 2018. And 6.3, contract award with Melton Design Group for the West River site park design and budget amendment. So anyone on council care to pull an item for discussion? Okay, I actually do. So,
call on yourself.
I'll call on myself. Yes, I'm going to ask that we set aside 6.3 for a brief discussion. Any member of staff wish to pull anything? Any member of public? No. Okay. So I'll entertain a motion for 6.1 and 6.2 to approve those 2 items, and then we'll come back to 6.3.
I'll move 6.1 and 6.2.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so 6.1 and 2 pass. So 6.3, just wanted to kind of highlight this one because it involves a design contract, a fairly significant amount for design of a park that I think we're all supportive of on West River Street. This park design also goes hand in hand with some private development. There are a couple of developers who are also working on a component of the site just above the park. And I see those 2 things as being very synergistic and related. So just wanted to ask Hillary, I see you there at the mic, if we could have just a brief update on the status of where that whole project is and how it relates to the park. And then maybe you could just touch briefly on the sort of budget variance that we're looking at here between what we originally envisioned and where we are now.
Sure. The West River site project is, for those who are not familiar, is located at what's called the old county courtyard site on West River Street. That's right at the corner of West River and Mill Street. And the project is envisioned as a park with some supporting commercial elements that will help activate the space. We did do a RFI process in 2017 to identify some commercial partners to work with the town on that space. And identified 2 tentative partners, and we've been working alongside and starting negotiations with those partners and doing some initial planning steps since that time. Since then, we've been busy with some sort of behind-the-scenes, less sexy elements of the project, like doing geotechnical report for the site, that sort of thing, to gear up for a larger planning process. We also applied for and were awarded a $500,000 urban greening grant for this project last year. and then have been working with the two development partners on their concepts and conceptual footprints for what those elements could look like, what areas they may use, so that we have that information to then funnel into this next big phase, which is the design phase. We also did bring initial real property negotiation discussion to council at the end of last calendar year, and are working on completing final appraisals so that we can bring that move that conversation forward further to try to solidify some sort of groundwork of what a deal could look like. So bringing on this consultant is sort of the key next piece that will allow us to pull together the design. The scope is landscape architecture, engineering, and then also a project management component to help coordinate with the commercial development pieces to make sure that that's integrated into the site design. That's a key piece to sort of help pull together those elements of the design so that we can have something concrete to bring back to the public to further the public discussion on this project. We did have 3 public meetings on this project back in 2010 and 11, quite a while ago, when we did a feasibility study, and then had another public meeting in early 2017, but it's been a little while since we've had something new to bring forward for the community to consider. So once we bring in the different, the commercial and the landscape components of the project around May, June this year, we expect to be at 30% design and have a few different concept alternatives that we can bring to the public for consideration, and sort of help us weigh some of the design alternatives and our path forward. So that's where we are now. It's been a little while since we've talked about this, but not for lack of sort of behind the scenes work going into this project. When we put together the CIP budget for this project last spring, or last February, I guess, we weren't as far along in our discussions with the commercial partners and hadn't fully fleshed out sort of the scope of work on design, on who would be responsible for some of the sort of overlapping components like infrastructure, utility infrastructure, sidewalk design, things like that. So we had a pretty rough number budgeted for design of $120,000. We were awarded the Urban Greening Grant, which is a $500,000 grant. Of that, $100,000 is for design and $400,000 for construction. And then what we are looking at for scope of work for this contract is $309,000. So that would be broken out into work this fiscal year, which would we propose to cover with the already budgeted $120,000 and the $100,000 urban greening design budget, and then would anticipate requesting the additional funding as part of the budget for next fiscal year for the CIP. With that, we anticipate moving the project forward through design over next fiscal year and being ready to start construction in spring of 2020, or that's the hope at this point.
Great. Thank you, Hillary, for all of that detail. That was very helpful. I'm glad we're not going to be tested, though, after. Any questions from council or comments?
I actually had a couple of questions, but Hillary and Jeff did a great job answering them ahead of time. But for the public's benefit, they really are doing a great job trying to connect this with the Reimagine Bridge Street project and that whole West River Road. It's really going to be phenomenal, and I applaud the vision that the town staff has brought forward. I also think that since the public input was so long ago, I know you plan on doing some more, both with and hopefully without the consultant, so that we can definitely get feedback from the public on these designs going forward.
So you think May or so, maybe coming back with some updates?
Yeah, so we don't have an exact date, but we would be looking at a sort of more of a workshop format, either May, June timeframe.
Okay, great. Any other questions? We'll open this up for public comment. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and we'll bring this item back for a motion. Anyone?
So moved. Do I
Okay.
have to say it officially? Does that work?
No, that's
Second.
fine. All right. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. 6.3 carries. Thank you again, Hillary. Appreciate that. Okay. We're going to move on to our first discussion item of the evening. I'm thinking that may be why some of you are here this evening. 7.1, presentation of the Truckee Public Agency Partnership Multiple Site Planning Study, and I think there is an acronym for that, right?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hillary, again, all right.
Great. Unfortunately, it doesn't make a good acronym, so it's just a mouthful.
Okay.
So tonight I'm here to present the Truckee Public Agency Partnership Multiple Site Planning Study
I'm responsible for the terrible title.
and to recommend that council accept the study. This study contemplates multiple different community uses on various public agency parcels in Truckee, and it's fantastic to see so much community interest and support for these different community programs. So thank you for coming out tonight to be part of the process, for all of you who are here for this item. This project has been a collaborative effort among a handful of public agencies and our consultant, Mead and Hunt. And the study was led by the town, the Truckee Tahoe Airport District, and Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District, and also including collaboration with the Truckee Donner Public Utility District, Truckee Sanitary District, and Truckee Fire Protection District. Let's see how many times I can say Truckee in that sentence. First, how do we get here and what prompted this study? Some of the aspects of the study have been discussed for several years, but to provide a recent history of the background that led to where we are today. In April of 2017, Friends of the Truckee Library presented to Council a study of potential sites for a new library and identified Truckee River Regional Park as their preferred site. They also suggested relocating the Recreation District Corporation Yard out of Regional Park to make space for that, and recommended moving it to the town-owned Riverview site to make space for the library development. In September of that same year, Friends of the Library presented this idea to the Recreation District Board, and the board approved beginning discussions with the town and the Friends of the Library to explore the concept of a library at Regional Park and a Recreation District Corporation Yard relocation tentatively to the town-owned Riverview site. And then in November of that year, Friends came back to council with an update and got council approval to allocate staff time for discussions with the Rec District and Friends of the Library to explore this concept. During the same time period, there were multiple preliminary discussions also going on with the Rec District, the Truckee Community Ice Pavilion project stakeholders regarding the plans for an expanded ice arena also in Regional Park, and that was envisioned as a covered ice arena that could have other community uses, be used as a pavilion as well. And then there also, at the same time, were conversations about the possible expansion of additional skate park use at Regional Park. So with all these different possible uses at Regional Park under consideration, it raised questions for the Rec District, the town, all the stakeholders, community members about, so will all this fit at Regional Park? What would be the optimal locations? And then our town manager's favorite question, is there a site plan or master plan for the park to help us figure this all out? But there's more. That's two of the sites. Moving on to the third that's included in this study. During the same time period, Truckee Police had been searching for a permanent aquatic invasive species inspection station location, and that included discussions with the airport district about continuing to operate somewhere on airport property. And simultaneously, there were discussions going on with the airport district about possible location of Truckee Fire Protection District of locating a multi-agency fire training facility somewhere on airport property. So with all these proposed new community uses on multiple public agency-owned parcels, the idea emerged between the different agencies to collaboratively look at these site planning issues and proposed community uses together, rather than each looking at land that we managed in a vacuum and ignoring the other pieces, moving pieces that were around the community, trying to find what is sort of the maximum community benefit. And this was a start in the multiple site planning study. The concept was to invite all of the land-owning agencies, and that included the town, the rec district, the airport district, as well as Truckee Sanitary District and Truckee Donner Public Utility District, which each own a portion of Regional Park. And also to include input from the stakeholders who had helped prompt this study. So that's the Friends of the Library, the ICE Pavilion Partnership Group, the Truckee Police AIS program, and the Fire Protection District. And then also to expand that to other groups we were generally aware of in town who were potentially looking for new space for programs. And that included the Kids Zone Museum, as well as Truckee Rotary, which was taking a lead on exploring options for new senior service improvements. So the purpose of, so we brought on a consultant, Mead & Hunt at this point, who is the airport's planning consultant. And the purpose of the multiple site planning study that we engaged them to complete was to holistically look at resources available across jurisdictional boundaries in order to maximize the public benefit of the proposed community uses, which is a bit of a mouthful. In other words, we would intentionally not worry about my land versus your land and the negotiations, agreements, or real property deals that may be needed to move any of these projects forward. The idea was to temporarily suspend those important issues and just focus on site planning. So space needs, conceptual locations, circulation, parking. In other words, looking at does it fit before we figured out sort of how we can agree to it, or who needs to do what, or pay who, or anything like that. With these objectives in mind, in July 2018, we began working with Mead & Hunt to complete this study. And there are 3 sites included in the study area. The first is, if I can get my mouse to work, the Riverview Corporation Yard site, or the Riverview site. This is a town-owned site, also known as the Old Town Corporation Yard. The Truckee Tahoe Airport District non-aviation site. This is a site that's on airport property, not used for aviation purposes. And the western portion of Regional Park, which is managed by the Park and Recreation District. And before we jump into the details of the study, I wanted to touch on the overlapping nature of the various site changes that are considered in the study. And staff has been informally calling this project the Combination Bank Shot Project for a couple of years, and I think Tony Lashbrook coined that term. If you're not familiar with the term combination bank shot, it comes from billiards, I'm told. I'm not a billiard player. It refers to an indirect shot that requires banking off one or more points to get one or more balls to their target. And that's exactly what this project is. It proposes a series of land use changes to take place in sequence to accomplish multiple goals. And the first step in that sequence hinges on a step that is not actually included in the study. And that's the town's completion of phase 2 construction of the town corporation yard, the new town corporation yard at Stevens Lane. And the project is going to bid soon, and completing this construction will then allow the town to complete moving out of the Riverview Corporation Yard facilities, the old town corporation yard, which will then in turn free up that space for other uses. Once the Riverview Corp Yard has been vacated, the next move contemplated is moving the Recreation District Corp Yard out of Regional Park and into the Riverview site. And that, in turn, is what would free up space in the western portion of Regional Park for new community and recreation uses. And this is important to sort of highlight this sequence because that first step is a critical component for these other phases to move forward. If the town doesn't complete construction of the phase 2 of our new Corp Yard site, it's likely that we would continue to occupy the Riverview site indefinitely, which would sort of stop that next piece of the courtyard moving out of Regional Park. And the other pieces would likely not move forward, at least not as contemplated in this study. So our consultant Mead and Hunt's methodology for this study included a combination of technical and stakeholder analysis, including base mapping, site visits, interviews with stakeholders, and reviews of existing planning documents. Following this, Mead and Hunt developed a series of rough concept plans for each site for review and feedback by the respective agencies before conceptual diagrams and alternative analysis was completed. And I will run through each of the 3 sites and what that looked like. The first site in the study is the Riverview Corporation Yard site. Again, this is a 5-acre parcel that's owned by the town. It's a former town corporation yard, although it still does have some town uses for storage and transit. And its availability is contingent upon completing phase 2 of our new corporation yard, so we can move out. The site overlooks the Truckee River and the Truckee River Legacy Trail to the north. So it has nice views over the river. It's accessed through and adjacent to a neighborhood of single-family homes to the south. And it should be noted that its location adjacent to and accessed through a single-family neighborhood is a significant reason why the town ultimately moved its corporation yard uses out of this location to a new location because of sensitivity around the town. Sometimes 24/7 maintenance and snow removal operations, which involve a significant amount of heavy equipment. And this is certainly a significant consideration in thinking about reuse of this site. The site contains 4 existing buildings, which are made up of 3 maintenance buildings and the former animal shelter. And a significant portion of the remaining space is paved with asphalt due to the town's previous corporation yard use. The site also contains vegetated areas buffering it from the neighborhood. And then to the north, it's sort of a steeply sloped vegetated area sloping down to the Legacy Trail. There's an existing informal social trail there, although no formal trail connection. Stakeholders identified for this site included the town, the rec district, contemplated to reuse part of the site, the airport district, which both owns an adjacent parcel, and also this site is in an overflight zone, neighboring residents and landowners, as well as residents of Truckee broadly. Potential uses considered for this site include the Rec District Corporation Yard, and it's important to point out that while this use and the town's previous use are both referred to as corp yard uses, this is a significantly different and scaled back corp yard use than what the town previously operated there. The Rec District's corp yard use is really an 8 to 5 operation. You show up at the beginning of your shift, pick up a vehicle, maybe come back for lunch, bring the truck back at the end of the day. It's not the heavy equipment, 24/7 snow removal type operation that the town had from this site previously. So we think that is an improvement. Also considered at this site were the possibility of multifamily, affordable, or workforce housing. And for this use, there's no specific plan at this time, no proposals, but given community and council interest in identifying possible housing sites, the consultant was asked to provide some rough initial analysis on the potential suitability for housing. This site also did garner a significant amount of interest as a possible housing site to explore during the House Truckee First workshops that were recently held. Also considered at this site was a potential for a neighborhood park or open space component. Objectives for this site included providing adequate space for the Rec District Corp Yard, considering the feasibility of affordable or workforce housing at an appropriate site density, and formalizing a trail connection to the Legacy Trail. Mead and Hunt developed this as an initial concept to divide the site into 3 different use areas. You'll see the Corp Yard operates sort of the eastern third, which would reuse 2 of the existing facilities. A middle section of approximately 2 acres was identified as possibly suitable for housing consideration. And then the far western portion is a very narrow triangle that's not particularly suitable to development. And that was considered as a possible site for open space or a communities or pocket park. From there, Mead and Hunt developed 2 different concept plans for consideration. And the differences between these two, there's an addition of a vegetated buffer between the courtyard and housing uses in concept A. And then the layout of the housing and parking considered in the central location was a bit different between the two. Concept A, shown here, was selected as the preferred design concept because it improved the separation between the existing neighborhood, the courtyard, and new housing concept. So that's the first site. Moving on to the second location in the study. The Truckee Tahoe Airport District non-aviation site is an approximately 5-acre site of undeveloped land on the western end of airport property off Jorger Drive. The existing conditions look like this. So we have Jorger with the site off to the right. Here we have sort of vegetated area with a pretty dense stand of trees as a buffer. There are 2 new facilities considered for the site. The first being a multi-agency fire training facility, which is essentially a facility where various fire departments, including Truckee Fire, could hold training sessions and practice various fire and emergency scenarios. So there would be a support facility with a classroom, restrooms, that sort of thing. As well as up to 5 different training areas, each contain an element that could essentially be lit on fire for practice with different types of emergency incidents, which could include a hazmat element, aircraft, gas prop, confined space, and training tower. The second facility considered for this site is an aquatic invasive species, or AIS, boat inspection station, and this would replace the temporary AIS station that's located at the airport. And it would include a decontamination station, staff trailer, and 2 boat tie-down areas. Here are examples of what some of those facilities could look like. So at the top we have a couple examples of fire training elements, and at the bottom an example of an AIS inspection station. Objectives for this site included maintaining existing vegetation as a visual barrier, creating a buffer between the fire training facilities and the remaining facilities and roadway, and that's really for public safety, lighting things on fire. The AIS program has a handful of very busy peak demand days during the summer, so considering vehicle queuing specifically for large trailer vehicles. And then also providing adequate clearance for trailers as well as fire trucks on the site, and providing flexibility of implementation so that the different improvements could be phased in over time as necessary. Mead and Hunt developed 3 concept plans for analysis, the main difference being the separation between the different uses and site circulation. And concept C, shown here, was selected as the preferred design concept because it most effectively separates the AIS users from the fire training facility users. The fire training elements would be separated from the support facilities and parking and screened from the roadway by the existing trees. And the AIS station is separated from the training elements. There's also ample space for queuing, sort of wrapping throughout the site, and wide circulation for large vehicles. And finally, I want to invite Chief Leftwich to provide a few updates on the AIS program because this is relevant to the discussion of its future.
Thanks, Hillary. So we just wanted to take this opportunity to highlight some challenges that we're having with the AIS program. Before I get into those briefly, I want to thank 2 community partners that we have here tonight, the first of which is the Rec and Park District, who's supported our efforts with the AIS program at Donner Lake throughout the life of the the program. And then the second, and most importantly for us, is the airport district, who's given us the real estate to have the inspection station that really services the majority of boaters and the watercraft that go on Donner Lake. And I think or in exchange for that real estate, we've very generously given Kevin $1 a year. Is that correct? I don't know if you actually billed me for that yet this year, but I have it for you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, needless to say, joking aside about the $1 a year, the program does have an Achilles heel, which reared its head this year in 2018, and that is that there's no other funding for the program. The only funding that we had for it was a grant through Boating and Waterways, and Boating and Waterways discontinued that grant for 2018. In doing that, they also redefined some of the terms in which we would be able to get the grant, and we're still trying to remain optimistic, but there's no guarantee that we'll be even eligible for that grant moving forward. Jeff and I have a meeting in March with our two partners in the AIS program, TRPA and TRCD, where we'll hammer through exactly what implications this has. But what's in front of you tonight, it's still worthwhile. We still want to support the AIS program. Having the real estate to have an inspection station that services Donner Lake and Truckee without having our watercraft have to travel to Lake Forest or to Alpine Meadows is obviously an advantage for the town and for those that do recreate on Donner Lake. So we just wanted to take that opportunity to really say that we're not sure what the future holds for the AIS program, but with regards to the multi-angled bank shot, it's still a worthwhile project to pursue.
In other words, someone else may run that AIS facility besides the town, but it's still something we want to do.
Thank you. And the final site that we'll talk about tonight in the study is the Truckee River Regional Park, or the western portion of the park. I imagine that's where a lot of the public interest comes. This park covers approximately 62 acres, and the study area includes 29 acres in the western portion. And while the park is managed by the Rec District, the Park and Recreation District does not own the majority of the land. The study is made up of 3 different parcels. With this one parcel owned by the Recreation Park District, another parcel owned by Truckee Donner Public Utility District, and a third by Truckee Sanitary District. The study area is already a very busy area of the park, as you're well aware, with many existing facilities and programs. Very well-loved site in our community. New facilities and uses that were considered in this study for regional park include a facility that would be used as a full-size ice rink for the cold half of the year, and a covered pavilion with other recreation uses during the warm months. So that's the ice/pavilion facility, a library/community space, other nonprofit or community uses, which could include Kid Zone or other groups, and opportunities for enhanced senior services. Here are some of the existing conditions and facilities in the park. You'll notice it has both formalized and unformalized parking, with the unformalized wood chip lot also serving for things like the farmer's market, transit stop along Brockway. Here are some of the existing facilities in the Rec District Corporation Yard. And then there's also a telecommunications tower right next to the Corp Dirt Yard, which is sort of right in the middle of things, is something that affects planning. Objectives for this site included siting the library/community space for optimal transit access and visibility. And some of these come from our interaction and input from stakeholders. Siting the outdoor pavilion/ice rink to improve its economic potential. And because it's envisioned as an event space during part of the year, economic potential meant having it located in a quieter area with nice views, being preferred over siting it right on the roadway. Accommodating typical parking demand for existing and new proposed uses on the site. Preserving the park feel and maintaining its existing recreation uses, and improving accessibility. There are some key site constraints to highlight for the site as well. And those include the presence of a capped landfill on the TSD parcel, and that specifically is in the lower parking lot adjacent to the tennis courts. This area is capped and paved over for parking needs, but it essentially is off limits for new development. And then again, there's an existing telecommunications tower that's sort of right in the middle of the site and is assumed to remain in place. After completing the site evaluation, Mead and Hunt started with a series of initial or concept bubble diagrams for this site, just because there are so many moving pieces and different components to help narrow down the range of options that would meet the site planning objectives. And as part of this process, the consultant originally looked at separating a library building from a community/nonprofit space into two separate facilities, and that's what's shown here. Here we have the ice rink is shown in blue in each of these, the library in yellow in a few different possible locations, and then the pink is a nonprofit/community space. Through this process, it was determined that there's just not sufficient space in the study area to separate these into separate facilities without significantly impacting the park's existing park or recreation amenities, such as taking out basketball court or the baseball diamond, which are key features of the existing park uses. And also adding an additional facility for use would increase the parking demand and would exceed the available capacity for parking. So for the concept plan phase, the library and community use spaces were combined into one scaled back footprint. And we'll see that here from the original bubble diagrams. We narrowed down to conceptual diagrams for review. Mead and Hunt developed these three different concept plans for the western portion of the park. The key differences between them include the location of the pavilion ice rink. So in the first one here, concept C, that's located in its existing location, only expanded further. And then in the other two, it's located overlaying a portion of the existing recreation district courtyard. The library/community space is also a bit different in these two. It's shown as up to a 25,000 square foot footprint. And then in the third, that's reduced in size to 20,000 square feet. And what that accomplishes is it both adds in some additional parking, and then it also allows the existing driveway access to remain, which would allow the phase in of this additional driveway and the roundabout. This concept F2 is selected as the preferred design concept because it locates the outdoor pavilion and library in their preferred locations, with the library optimized for visibility and street access, and the pavilion located in a quieter space with nice views or up in the trees. It also most effectively provides for phasing, provides some additional parking, and provides less disruption to existing park uses than some of the other alternatives. This is what it would look like zoomed out to show the whole park. Oops, moving backward. I wanted to highlight a couple of key findings in consideration for the regional park site because it is a pretty complex site. The PUD and TSD, who again are both landowners in Regional Park, are both consulted through the study process and have reviewed the final report. But there are various details, approvals, and possible land use agreements that would be needed with each agency for any changes on their parcel. For example, the ice pavilion is currently shown crossing both the rec district and the PUD parcels, and that will require careful consideration. The second issue to highlight, and that's true as well for the rec district, the town-owned and airport district land, is we'll have to carefully work through all of those details. The second issue to highlight is parking. And to support this study, we had transportation consultant LSC complete parking analysis using initial assumptions about the proposed new uses. These parking demand counts were then used by Mead and Hunt in their study. And this analysis showed that there is expected to be enough parking in the western portion of the park to accommodate typical demand for the ice pavilion and library facilities, as well as existing park uses. The study also looked at parking demand for special events that could take place in the new facilities. And for special events during the winter, the majority of parking is anticipated that it could be accommodated within the western portion of the park, with a small amount of overflow parking anticipated into the eastern portion of the park, and no street parking needed during the winter when we don't allow street parking. During the warm months, it was assumed that some larger size special events could take place in the new pavilion space. And LSC analyzed demand for a 2,000 person event as the maximum size event considered. For this size of event, which again is not anticipated to be sort of a frequent every weekend type thing, but would be the maximum event, that type of event would require parking in the eastern portion of the park, as well as some street parking overflowing out of the park, and that would be similar to the conditions the community currently experiences during events like music in the park. And this parking analysis, again, was based on some initial assumptions about facility size and use. As each of these projects move forward, additional parking analysis and consideration of parking layouts and event parking management strategies may be warranted because it is a fairly constrained, popular site. So back to the big picture and next steps for this study. Each agency is now reviewing the study and will be asked to accept the study, and that's why we're here tonight. And as I highlighted at the beginning of this presentation, this is purely a site planning study. It did not contemplate the detailed terms needed for various approvals and real property negotiations. And a next step to move any of these projects forward would be for the involved parties to begin negotiating terms for each potential land use. Some of the key strategic decisions that will eventually be under town consideration will be, should we enter into negotiations with the Recreation and Park District regarding their use of the Riverview site for a courtyard? Should staff time be spent further exploring the concept of affordable or workforce housing or a neighborhood park on a portion of the Riverview site? And should staff time be spent developing an agreement with the airport for use of the non-aviation site for an AIS inspection station? With that, our recommendations to council tonight are to first accept the Truckee Public Agency Partnership Multiple Site Planning Study, and to provide direction to staff regarding discussions with Truckee-Donner Recreation and Park District, Truckee-Tahoe Airport District, and stakeholders about possible collaboration and real property negotiations.
And if I could add just a couple of follow-up comments. First, I want to thank Tony Lashbrook for putting this on my to-do list without any direction whatsoever as to how to accomplish it. Thank you, Tony. No, all kidding aside, this was an amazing kind of cooperative effort. I really want to thank our partners, Kevin and Steve, and the PUD and TSD and all the community partners. Very positive. And everybody recognized the dual objective of really thinking about what is best long-term, not just tomorrow or what works easily. Maybe it's going to be a little tough. And then secondly, what's best for the community long-term, not what's best for my agency or best for my piece of property, which I think is much appreciated and impressive. Two details. Some portions of this could occur independently. That is, the notion that the first domino has to fall and then they all have to fall is optimal from our perspective and is the right way to go. But, for example, the airport project could continue on its own track. There would be a way to do the ice pavilion without as much maneuvering. In theory, the library as well. So it's not a kind of one, have to get it all. But we believe that any of those other solutions would ultimately be what I'll describe as suboptimal. That we think that what this study does is kind of optimize the resources and the opportunities as best it could. A couple other details. The fire training facility didn't get a lot of attention here, but it's very, very important, and they've been looking at this for a number of years, and multiple agencies get to use this thing. So it's not just our fire district, but many. It would really have a regional presence, and I believe they have some funding. I don't know if they have all the funding. I don't believe they do, but they have a considerable amount of funding to get it moving. And then finally, the farmers market was kind of left off a little bit, but they presumably would have a very real opportunity to be in the pavilion, which I think could actually provide some tremendous benefits, since that in the warm season would be a covered place. I think could actually maybe make their operations a little more smoothly. So just some closing comments.
Okay, thank you, Hillary and Jeff. Very thorough presentation and very informative. And so we're going to open this up for council clarifying questions at this point, and then after that, we'll open it up for public comment. So any questions from council? Yes? Who wants to start? Start at this end, left end?
Just a couple of brief ones maybe to start, and the public might bring up a few more for me. But Hillary, thank you. Really thorough presentation. Just quickly, what exactly needs to happen for the whole AIS fire facility airport piece of it? What needs to move, or why is that? It seems like this is a lot of Rec and Park District and the Riverview site, and just link me in with that third piece there so I can get a little more clarity.
Do you mean what needs to happen in terms of agreements or in terms of sort of physical use of space?
I guess how is that one fitting specifically into this whole bank shot, if you will, or what's the trade-off there that we're looking at? How about that?
That site is a little bit less dependent on sort of the dominoes falling, as Jeff was suggesting. It was really sort of an opportunity to look at multiple different community benefits at once. In terms of that project moving forward, I think it likely makes sense to wait until after the upcoming AIS discussions with community partners to sort of see what the town's path forward with AIS in the future will be before working with the airport district on possible sort of next steps with negotiations and what that agreement could look like.
I think I can channel Kevin if I get it wrong, tell me. But I think Kevin Smith, the airport, would suggest and has suggested that it was important from their perspective to look at a number of different community benefits that they could be a catalyst for. And so that's kind of why it got lumped in here. In theory, one could have done that study, if you will, independently. And in fact, it actually had started independently, which was a great fortuitous opportunity because Mead and Hunt were already working on some site planning stuff, so we were able to piggyback in. But I think it just gives the opportunity to layer more community benefits from the airport's perspective.
So really, hopefully, and correct me if I'm wrong, Airport District is looking to hopefully invest in some of these community benefits and take part in some of them. Is that how this came about, or Kevin? Sorry, not to put you on the spot, but yeah, it's okay. And then while he's walking up there, just really quickly on the regional park piece of it, on the old capped landfill area, on all of those last three pieces, we're not looking at doing anything there because we can't impact that area, correct? So that was sort of like taken off and moved to the side.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, in all three of them, it's envisioned as continuing in its current parking layout.
That's what I thought. Great. Thank you. Kevin, sorry. Yes. And introduce yourself quickly for the audience.
Smith. I'm the general manager of the Truckee Tahoe Airport District, and thanks. I'll try and be brief and answer any questions that anyone has on the airport site. But Jeff is very correct that the airport was looking at, okay, if we give up this land for a couple of important community uses that benefit the airport for sure, what else could happen in our community, essentially in a sense leveraging that property with other uses that could happen. And so that's the piece. Now, the Airport District Board is aware of this. They have the study, but they haven't had their meeting on it yet. They'll be doing that on the 27th. But overall, in some of the comments we've had from our board of directors, they're very interested in the housing piece. So the affordable housing component that's in the study is very exciting to the Airport District, as well as the library, community space there. And one thing I would just put out there is I think the answer would be yes. The airport would be interested in looking at any of these uses and how we might be able to be a partner on any of them. And even with a library or a community space or nonprofit space, I don't think the town necessarily has to go at that alone. I think there's other public agencies that may want to be involved in helping to, whether it's construct, operate, maintain, whatever, that site. And that's, I think, part of this process that we can kind of look at is what is possible, with all of this. This is very conceptual right now, but it's kind of exciting. It's kind of scary too, but it's kind of exciting. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you. And thank you so much for your investment so far in getting us to this place. It is really, really exciting from a community perspective. So thank you. I think that was most of my questions for right now. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation and putting such effort into thorough looking at all of our plan options. Can you tell me what affordable housing at the Riverview Courtyard, would that require a change in zoning? How would it work to allow that to be built?
We haven't really even gotten too deep into that piece. This was, as Hillary said, really just, what fits. So it's a site planning study, but in fact, it probably would. But it would depend a little bit on how we organize it, whether the town actually became the site developer, which is possible since we're the owner. We would still probably want to zone it correctly so that ultimately it was zoned for housing. We would definitely want to create a parcel if we did it that way. If we didn't have housing there, if it was just a courtyard and kind of open space or something, you probably wouldn't have to create a parcel. One important component of this is that we believe it's pretty important not to try to do a lot of kind of land purchases and creation of parcels and sort of move from one agency to another. We think that's something that's probably very unnecessary and could lead to a lot of complications in time. Rather, we would look to doing land leases for these kind of uses. So I think in the end, if we did housing, yes, we would probably end up rezoning it. We could sell it to a nonprofit developer. We could become, at some level, the developer. We haven't really looked into those kind of things yet. It's just a site study.
Jeff, can I add to that? This is Danielle at the end. I'm in a weird spot tonight. As Hillary mentioned, we did talk about this site within the 2 housing workshops that we held, and there was significant interest from the community to look at changing the zoning for that site. So we do have an opportunity with the housing element to take a look at that if we want to include that as a rezone possibility, and that would be at the town's effort.
And we would also have to do some modification of the airport's aviation flyover. So housing is currently not okay. It is possible, but we'd have to do a little shifting there. So there are some process moves one it would have to make if the housing looked like a priority.
Okay, thank you. Also, do you know which district owns the land in the park where the playground and that area is, the playground, the community garden? Who does that belong to? Is that cross boundaries?
Truckee Sanitary District.
Thank you. And then, my others were the farmer's market, the what's in it for the airport, which was answered very well. And then, Jeff, we talked a little bit today about the parking analysis, and just to if anyone else was thinking about this, as we also focus on expanding our transit program, it didn't seem like that would have a huge impact on parking needs or lessening parking needs in the park.
These developments or transit changes?
So the study shows, what I heard or what I'm understanding is the study shows that there is sufficient parking really for all but the largest events based on what we can do in the park. And so just to verify that as we are also looking as a town to expand our transit services, that, please confirm, does not lessen the parking needs in the regional park.
Yeah. The way the analysis would work is they didn't consider that. In other words, they didn't take some future parking off the top because we had a transit stop there, but it certainly is a great advantage. I mean, it's absolutely wonderful, fortuitous advantage that there's a great transit stop there and it'll be incorporated into design. But they had to look at from a just strictly parking study point of view. They sort of just ran the numbers based on sort of typical parking ratios that you have from those kind of uses. They did look pretty explicitly at the kind of uses. They didn't just do it generically and, so to say like commercial square footage or something. They looked specifically at kind of ice rink type uses and library type uses. So that was pretty helpful. So if we get a great deal of transit use, it's all to the good. A few extra parking spaces.
That's it for my questions. Thank you.
So, just kind of stepping back from this, there's obviously several different parcels of land, several agencies, several operations here. The town has one of those pieces of land and one of those operations out of the whole picture. Where did and I'm sorry this is a staff report, but where did the funding for the study come from? Was it split across the agencies?
Yeah, the funding for the Mead and Hunt study was split between the airport district and the town. And then the funding for the LSC parking study or parking analysis for regional park was split between the rec district and the town.
Great. All right, thank you. But there are two other landowners who are kind of silent on the sidelines waiting to see what happens in all this.
Yes, there are two other landowners who own parts of the park, but since they are not active sort of park operators, we did not ask for financial contribution for this initial study.
And then in all the alternatives, zooming into the ice pavilion, library, public use, kid zone, etc., it seems like none of those alternatives put anything in the southwest corner of that considered site, kind of along Donner Pass Road west of the stoplight. It's kind of where the Legacy Trail does. I know the disc golf course is there. I understand it would be I'd be happy to sit down with any disc golf enthusiasts who would be concerned about losing a hole or two, but it seems like that's flat land along the road that why wasn't that considered as part of our siting?
Disc golf, a lot of trees. It was looking at development within the sort of the developed area, central area of the park. Suppose that could have been an additional consideration, but that was just beyond the scope of what they looked at.
One of the advantages of the sites, both where the library community use ended up and the ice pavilion, are that they're both substantially disturbed. There would be some tree removal, but fairly modest, and there's already parking, some organized, some not as organized, that are already there. So from a park point of view, that notion of the park feel, keeping it kind of as green as possible and as many trees and native vegetation as possible. I think the idea was to try to concentrate any kind of developed uses, if you will, on already developed property. So I think that was the primary reason. Certainly could take a look at potentially some of those other opportunities.
Yeah, I guess more on that in the discussion, but I'm surprised that we're considering that corner to be sort of undeveloped and everything else developed, even though there's a legacy trail going through it, and it's obviously, very heavily trafficked and against the road and everything. But those are my questions.
Well, I think most of mine are answered. I too was kind of wondering about the farmers market, also just the general use of that whole area. We have Truckee Cleanup Day barbecue there and Foam Fest and a number of other activities. So again, I assume that would be similar in that we would have some sort of agreement to be able to use the pavilion during the summer for those types of activities.
Yeah, they would be operated by the rec district as the current facilities in the park are. it was important in the study to look at adding the new pavilion, but also keeping the existing basketball court facility, and partly because basketball is a good recreational use, but it's also used for various community events, gathering space, sort of a low-cost space that you can rent for picnics, things like that. So it's looked at leaving that as well as this new pavilion space as sort of two different possible community event spaces.
Okay, thank you. And I think the only other one is really just again, kind of making sure I understand what council is being asked to consider here, and that is the dedication of staff time in order to further this. That's correct.
I think the idea of accepting the study is really just to acknowledge that it's done, it seems complete, it's useful information. If you want additional, some additional study, this would be a great time to communicate that, and we could get that done. And then secondly, to kind of move us in a direction of starting the conversations. Many of these conversations don't involve the town or involve the town only peripherally. Several of them involve the town directly, so that's where we'd be putting most of our energy, but we'd try to be a catalyst or a helper in the other conversations.
Okay. And we have willing partners in order to explore these options.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
Willing community partners and agency partners.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just two quick questions. And the first one relates to the EIS program. Chief Leftowich, you mentioned cost going forward. What's sort of the annual cost of running that program?
The way it currently sits is forecasted for this next year to be $140,000.
Okay.
As with most things, that's negotiable, particularly if we were providing an inspection station free of charge to other entities involved in the aquatic invasive species program. So I think the crux of our conversation in March is going to be that we don't anticipate having any more grant funding, and what would it take among all three partners to continue the program as it is.
Okay, thank you. And then just back to the to the park, there was mention of a telecom tower. How big of an impediment or obstacle is that to the overall site planning?
Yeah, it would be a pretty significant obstacle to try to move it. So the site planning has all assumed it will stay in place and sort of planning around it. So in the preferred design concept, it's in a sort of island in the middle of the parking lot.
Okay.
And it also has conduit and easement to the street.
Okay. All right. Leave well enough alone is the message. Okay. All right. So any other questions? All right. So I just want to get a sense before we go to public comment, how many folks are planning to speak tonight. If you could just raise your hand real quickly. Just on this issue. Just this issue. Okay. Thank you. I'm thinking, would you all like to take a 5-minute recess before we get to?
Let's do public comment and then do recess.
Okay. All right. Okay. So why don't we'll let the children speak, and and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back for public comment. Okay.
Leadership right there.
And if you can state your name, make sure the mic is on, press the little button.
Can you say your name?
Carson.
Carson, what's your last name?
Yeah.
Dubansky.
Dubansky.
Emily, you could put him on a chair if you want.
I'll just hold him up. Okay. What do you want to say about the Kids Zone?
I love the Kids Zone. And I'm getting bigger. I need a bigger Kids Zone.
All right.
his friends who have stuck it out here, and they are all in agreement. I'm Emily Dubansky. I'm the board chair of the Kid Zone, and I just want to express my appreciation. I'm so grateful for all of the community partners who've taken part in this study. I'm grateful that the Kid Zone was included in the study. I have to say I was disappointed that we're not actually in the site plan in those maps for the community space. It's not listed as Kid Zone. I just want to remind the town council members and the mayor, the staff, that we have a time pressure. We're in a temporary structure that expires. The lifespan ends in 2023. We've had some significant weather impacts from our recent winters, and we desperately need a larger space. We're at capacity almost all of the time on these winter days. And, I'll let everyone else speak to the many other community benefits to the Kid Zone, but I just want to remind everyone of the importance of that, and also how ready we are to move forward as a community partner in this site plan. So thank you so much all for your time tonight.
Thank you, Emily. And Carson.
Well, I'll be really brief. I'm Sydney Frumpkin. I'm a Truckee resident, and I sit on the board at the Kid Zone. As I was in the car on the way here with my kids today, explaining to them why we were coming here, it was very important for me to tell them how important the Kid Zone was to us and to them when we first came here, even though they don't remember it. And the message that they gave back to me is that they're getting too old for the Kid Zone. And that is a huge problem for me and a huge problem for the community. Our community is growing, families are growing, there are more young families coming in, and we need a place for our kids to go beyond the age of 5. And right now, without that space in Truckee, it's a problem. And so I just ask the council to take a look at that as they're looking at the overall partnership multiple site planning study. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sydney. Any other children out there wish to speak?
I would like to remind folks to fill out a speaker card if they could, so I can make sure that I get their names correct in the minutes.
Okay. All right. And thank you, everyone, for your patience. We'll get to public comment after a 5-minute break. Thank you. Like to call the meeting back to order, please. Okay, thank you again for your patience, for those who've been waiting to comment tonight, and also just wanted to acknowledge, I think we've got close to 100 letters, emails that were received over the last several days on this item and the next item, so thank you for that as well. All right, so if you would like to step forward, if you have public comment, please step to the podium, state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Never start first. My name is Kevin Murphy, Mr. Mayor, council members, staff, chief, and members of the public. I'm the current acting chair for what we call TSIP, which is the Truckee Community Pavilion. We have actually rebranded ourselves to get this ice rink concept out and get the pavilion more in, because it's going to be heavily used. I was the chairman of the Truckee Donner Chamber of Commerce in 2000, and 2008, 9, and 2014, the chairman of the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District, and chaired the construction of the Aquatic Center and also the Community Center, working with fellow board members and Steve Randall, and I think Kristen York's here, and Peter Werbel. Tremendous people. The Aquatic Center's success could not have been done without a lot of collaboration, including the town of Truckee and Tony Lashbrook and Kevin Smith, if he's still around. Kevin? So you guys are all amazing. We're going into a collaboration again with the town of Truckee, multi-district, multi-citizen groups, and this is really complex, but you're all to be commended. This is amazing. A little bit of history I want to touch on really quick. 1894, McGlashan, who is historically here in Truckee, built that first ice palace. It melted down a couple times, so he quit doing that. And it's the Truckee way, right? Everything melts. If you're sick of the weather, just wait, it'll be done. 2012, the Truckee Ice Palace was built. It's where Cottonwood stands today in that area, and along with our first ski lift. Again, we had the Ice Palace, and that one burned down, and so we lost that in 1912. 1960, actually 1958, the Blythe Arena was built for the 1960 Olympics, and of course the Americans won the gold medal then. And then since 1960 and 1984, the whole Blythe Arena collapsed, and we've been without ice ever since. And what's funny is winter recreational offerings are similar today that they were for tourism in 1894. So we really haven't gone anywhere, but it's in our blood. The town of Truckee has been used to in-kind partnerships. For example, the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District has provided cost-free in-kind partnerships with the town for many decades and in many areas. The Big Truck Day, Legacy Trail maintenance, bike park, community garden, kids zone, site building, teen center, and importantly, the Family Resource Center. So a lot of these things have been going on, these collaborations in kind, for quite some time. They're all done gratis, which was nice. The town of Truckee gave to the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District the 11-acre parcel with the intent for that to be developed for recreation. And look where we are today. We have the community center and aquatic center. So the Recreation Park District delivered again on a promise to the town of Truckee to do something with that site. And so we stand here today collaborating with you again on something that's going to be tremendous for the community. In 2015, the Aquatic Center, the town of Truckee helped to the tune of $150,000 with assistance with traffic mitigation studies. So the town of Truckee's been partners with all of us before. And also the Truckee Donner Recreation Park District has partnered with the school district, Tahoe Forest Hospital District, Truckee Rotary, the Fire Protection District, and of course lately the Tahoe Pyramid Bikeway, which is the Interlake Trail, which is going to be completed here shortly. Our funds are limited in terms of what I represent with the Truckee Community Pavilion team, so I want to make it very clear this is a fundraising effort. It's not a bond measure. It's a fundraising effort, and we're going to be doing that in partnerships with a lot of people. Therefore, we ask, all of our constituents ask for your humble support that the town of Truckee enter into negotiations with the Truckee Donner Recreation and Park District to complete a land agreement whereby Truckee Donner Recreation Park would use and maintain the old town courtyard. In exchange, we asked the town of Truckee accept a parcel of land from the Truckee Donner Recreation Park District, which would, lost my spot, to be used as a placeholder for a future public facility, and that would, of course, be considered as a library or combination kid zone, which is fantastic and which I do support personally. Finally, we asked the town of Truckee to expedite and assist us with this process. As you know, we have a lot of outreach going on with our design facility for the ice pavilion, the pavilion, and we'd love to share that with you, but I would like expediency if at all possible. I know that's a tough word. So thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Kevin.
I'm Lisa Wallace. I'm with the Truckee River Watershed Council. Thanks for having us here this evening. I don't have as much history or as complicated an ask, so phew, this one's a little bit easier for you. I'm here tonight to let you know that we're also in support of the study and hope that you will accept it and provide direction to staff to move forward with next steps. I just wanted to point out that some of the work that the Watershed Council has done in partnership with the town over the last couple of years does have an intersection with really any versions of the site plans that might go forward into next development. There's a possibility, depending on which configuration and what set of stuff happens, that the Truckee Meadows Restoration Project could be extended further toward the Truckee River, providing some more habitat, some more water quality protection. And then there is documented in an assessment that we did, a stormwater management, which, you know, Dan, I know, gets so involved in stormwater management, and there's so many pressing areas for stormwater. There is one particular spot. It would probably be hard, to be honest, to implement better stormwater management in this one little ephemeral drainage without the area going through redevelopment. But if there is going to be some change in the site, it's an opportunity to really address a lot of stormwater that's hitting the main stem of the Truckee, crossing under the Legacy Trail and hitting the main stem of the Truckee. So two specific things: a potential continuation of the Truckee Meadows Restoration Project, some additional stormwater if the site goes through redevelopment. But really, just wanting to say overall, we really support the plan and recommend that the council do accept the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Anderson, and I am a 12-year resident of Truckee. I'm a lover of libraries, and I'm currently serving as the secretary for the Friends of the Truckee Library. So welcome, Councilmember Anna and Councilmember David. Good to have you guys on Town Council. And we, as Friends of the Truckee Library, are really grateful to the town for your recognition of the value of a new modern library to serve our community and your advocacy for the site at the regional park. And the town's collaboration with TD, RPD, the PUD, the airport district, and others, it's really a tribute to the Truckee community partners that have come together to support this civic building for our community. Friends of the Library, we began planning for a new library in Truckee over 10 years ago. We commissioned a variety of studies, including a library needs assessment, a building and operational cost projection project. We have held community focus groups. We've met with stakeholders, potential collaborators, and all the while looking for potential sites. And then in 2016, as I think you know, a group of local experts evaluated potential sites for a library in Truckee, and the regional park was their #1 site. And that's because of its central location, its setting in a park that serves all ages, proximity to senior housing, economically diverse neighborhoods, a place where trails converge, a stop on the TART line, and a short walk to downtown. So this is really our dream site, and we're thrilled about it. We are delighted with the staff recommendation that the town support a new library in Regional Park, and we are optimistic that that Truckee spirit of collaboration that I think we particularly saw when Kevin Smith came up and spoke to the airport board's support of the project, will bring this goal to fruition. The Friends believe that the regional park really is the optimal site, and it will benefit our community in so many ways. Libraries are now so much more than repositories for books. They are community hubs. They provide a place for people of all ages to gather, learn, explore, collaborate, visit with friends, all for free. And this is really the kind of library our community needs and deserves. So Friends of the Library also believes that a committee should be formed for the specific purpose of establishing a new library and community center at this site. And this committee would include a representative from town government, as well as representatives from the business sector, the local district boards, and the community at large. And so we encourage you all to consider appointing a town council representative to partner with us towards the completion of this civic building. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Hi, my name is Shauna Webster Scott. I'm here tonight to advocate for a permanent space for the Kids Zone Museum. The impact this unique resource has had on my family has been tremendous. My 3 children grew up with weekly visits to the Kids Zone where they participated in imaginary play, artistic activities, and socialized with other families. As a marriage and family therapist, I care deeply about the mental health of all Truckee's families. The Kids Zone provides a safe and stimulating place for children to explore and connect. A permanent structure would ensure this vital asset would continue to nurture the development of healthy children and families. As a Kids Zone board member, I know that the business plan for a new building will be complete in May. There are already 10 donors saying that they will give up to $3 million, and a building campaign is in the near future. As a community member and board member, I urge you to include the Kids Zone Museum in the plan for Regional Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Shauna.
Hi, Kim Yamauchi. I'm on the board for the Kids Zone, and I'm also the chair of their planning committee. So I just wanted to also, first of all, thank all of you that have been involved in helping put this plan together. I think it's just really incredible to see everybody come together and try and put together a plan that really makes our town great. Rather than go out and build silos of different places for us to continue urban sprawl, I think if we look at building out the regional park and really putting in these places, these community spaces, is really will really make our community a vision that other people can look at. So anyway, as Shauna said, we are working on space. We have outgrown our tent that's sitting over on the school district property, and we really need to move to something bigger. And we also want to include, really reach out to more of our community so that we can have a space for not just the 5-year-olds and younger, but really for our growing youth, for teenagers, so they have a place to go to. And we really want to expand into STEAM and providing science, technology, even looking at an aviation for the kids so that they can learn and do more hands-on experiments, more than just what they get to do at school. So we are in the process, as Shauna said, we've got our fundraising. We have just completing our business plan, and we should very shortly be able to talk about how we can move forward and really have a space. And once we determine a location where we can build, we'll be able to reach out to more donors and really look at building out and having, figuring out how we can move forward. But we really need to have space. The tent end of life is 2023, and so we're really under the gun and really need to determine where the Kids Zone is going to be here on out. So we really look forward to having your support and helping us, and we really look at this regional park and collaborating with the library as a perfect opportunity. There's a lot of studies online about libraries and children's museums and how perfectly they work together, really collaborating space, and we can take over some of the space that the library would need for children's activities and move that over to the Children's Museum. So really a great space. And if you think about driving over the regional park and somebody's ice skating and somebody's at the Children's Museum and somebody's at the library doing their homework, I just think it's a great opportunity to work together. So thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Good evening. My name is Sheila Greeno, and I'm here to advocate for the Kid Zone Museum. Please consider the Kid Zone Museum and planning for community organizations to be placed at the regional park. I'd like to bring you back earlier tonight to this amazing presentation that the kids from Sierra Expeditionary Learning School did for you tonight. Does everybody agree that they were amazing? The presentation and the work accomplished by these amazing students from CELS demonstrated the power of discovery learning, the expeditionary process, and connecting to our community. All this mirrors the vision and the mission of the Kid Zone Museum as well: play, discover, and connect. The Kid Zone is also making an impact on our community every day. My children, now grown and one in college, were also attended CELS and were members of the community at the Kid Zone Museum. So I appreciate this type of discovery and hands-on learning. As the Kid Zone celebrates 20 years impacting families in our community, we are ready to continue this growth, expand our science and learning programs, our teen mentoring opportunities, cultural offerings, and a number of other programs with various nonprofits that positively impact our economic populations in our community. So please consider us when you consider the regional park plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
Move this a bit. All right, so my name is Natalie Zarate. I'm the community advocate at the Kid Zone Museum. But actually, I went to the Kid Zone Museum when I was a kid as well. And actually, when I graduated from Truckee High, I was informed by the front desk staff at the Kid Zone that since I was in Cindy's STEP program over at Sierra High, because I was a teen mom, I was granted a scholarship through that program. So then my kids were introduced to the Kid Zone Museum. So I'm on this issue. I can see it from like a lot of different sides, like as a mom, as a child, as a community member. And I love the library. And what she was just saying back there, just knowing that the library and the Kid Zone would be close is just so awesome for me as a mom. I'm here to voice out my voice, to share my voice with you guys, and also to share the voice of a lot of our Hispanic community that wasn't able to make it, or the language barrier is just hard for them to kind of share their voice with everybody. So we have about 30,000 visitations a year, and we estimate about 25% of them are Latino, Hispanic families. And at the Kid Zone, we always try to have bilingual staff. We try to have bilingual parent information, and just kind of make it open to everybody and just kind of take that language barrier out as much as we can. So I'm very happy that we do that, and I'm voicing out for the community. The Kid Zone Museum isn't just a museum where you can go play and you can connect and you can have a good time with your kids. We also go out into the community. We have a Kids Reach program, which we connect with a lot of partners in town, including the state preschools, the STEP Center that I just mentioned with the teen parents. Head Start, Truckee, and Kings Beach early home-based Head Start, Truckee Healthy Babies, both the Kings Beach and the Truckee Family Resource Center, Truckee Reads, the KB Family Room. We also provide transportation as much as we can. So we are reaching a lot of families, not just the families that come to us, but also we go out into the community and we outreach to them. And it's just making such a big impact in their life. And I'm witnessing it firsthand of how much impact these families are getting from being exposed to the Kid Zone. And we also have a scholarship program. So if they can't afford it, we have fixed for that too. We have a scholarship program for camps. We have a scholarship program for museum for the membership. We offer free transportation too. So we're reaching a lot of community members, And I'm just really excited. And it kind of bums me out when we're at capacity and we have this little tiny space and we only have space for 60 people and we open at 10 and by 10:20, 10:30, we got to close. And we had parents from Tahoe City or Incline putting their babies in a car seat, driving in a storm, getting to the kids zone, and we're closed. And they're upset, and I'm upset because I want them to come in. So we really need to grow. I'm just tired of closing our doors to families that really need us, especially during those really wintry, cold days. And I think it's also really good for our mental health as parents to get out there. So anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Hi, good evening. I'm Barb Wilkinson. I was the, I think, first executive director of the Kids Zone Museum before Carol Maher, and I helped take it from the Sierra Nevada Children's Museum, where Jiffy's Pizza next to Tacos Jalisco's used to be, into the tent. And at that point in time, it was the ultimate collaboration in our town between so many different agencies. And it was always supposed to be a temporary structure. And it is clearly seen the end of its existence where it is currently. So I just ask that you would consider it as a permanent location, and I do love the idea of collaborating with a number of different agencies and entities within our community. But if you think about 20 years on, what this thing has brought to our town, it's pretty amazing. And I'm going to stop now because I'm a crier. So goodbye. Again, I just want to say thank you for your consideration. And I think anyone with a child who has grown up in this town, their child has gone to the Kids Zone. And it's made a lasting impact. And I ask you to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb.
Hi there. My name is Suzanne Montgomery. I am a board member of the Kids Zone Museum, and I actually want to bring it back to the particular study. First of all, thank you for including Kids Zone in the interview process of this study, it's been really eye-opening to us. Specifically, I have a question about the western portion of the regional park and why that wasn't considered in part of this study. And I don't know if you can answer it now, but I would like to kind of think that particularly the rodeo grounds, which I think is kind of sacred ground, and I don't understand exactly why. I'm only a 6-year resident now of Truckee, and other than the rodeo and the fair, I'm not quite sure if that space, what is the purpose of that space? So I don't know if you can answer that question or just put it up for discussion later.
Yeah, I think we can answer that, but
Okay.
we'll get to it after all the public comment.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suzanne.
Thank you for hearing all of us today and for doing this plan. And I'm going to reiterate on a couple of people what Barb said. Yes, it was the Kids Zone came together from a collaboration of Parks and Rec, TTUS.
You're Carol, right?
I'm Carol Maher with the Kids Zone. I'm the director of the Kids Zone Museum.
Thank you.
But my kids went there, and they're now 20 and 22. And my 22-year-old is an engineer at HP, and it's all because she spent her life at the Kids Zone. She really did take electricity camp and chemistry camp, and then ended up teaching it with a couple of her high school students during high school, and then we got substantial support for girls in science programs because studies show that girls learn differently, and basically we need to support their confidence. But anyway, about the building, my question or my request of the council is to please consider more studies, possibly, that a couple of people, Morgan and Suzanne, bring up. Is there a possibility that there might be more space in that area? Is there a possibility of, we used to go to the rodeo as a kid zone, moving the rodeo, perhaps? Are there other options? Could the disc golf move over a little bit? The hole number 2, or 1 and 2. I don't know, because that's not my expertise. My expertise is early learning and community engagement, and I will say that the museum already, like some of the board said, has a commitment of $3 million toward a new building. As soon as we finish our capital campaign, we will be starting our silent phase next June. Right now, our economic feasibility study says that we will capture $1 million in revenue that stays in this community because of the museum. We're expected to serve 50,000 visitors and locals in a larger space that also has a STEAM science center and will serve our growing population through their teenage years. So we're ending the end of our life in that tent, and we really are seeking a permanent place to serve our constituency, which is large. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Stonteiner, and I'm a former board member of the Kids Zone Museum. And I just wanted to say that I think it's really important to consider the Kids Zone Museum in the multi-site planning study because it serves the Latino community that is largely underserved in a lot of the programming things that we put on because a lot of their visitation to the Kids Zone Museum is subsidized and there's scholarship and different opportunities available for them. Parks and Rec also does the same thing, but I think on a smaller scale. Also, different age group planning is kind of an issue, both for Parks and Rec and Kids Zone. So I think they're good partners, going forward into that space. I think the library is a good component too. I think it's definitely time to move into a bigger space, a better space, and a more improved space for their purposes as well. So I think that's another good collaborative effort. And I also think that it serves a really great opportunity for people visiting Truckee that aren't skiers, that aren't athletic types doing, bike riding and whatnot. I think it's great for them to have other alternatives and other opportunities that they're actually going to Reno for now. I think that's where that $1 million of captured funds comes in, that spending, because they're bringing that money back into, going out to lunch and, staying local. So that's a great opportunity a good tourism draw. I think the ice rink also, I wanted to also talk about the ice rink quickly, that I think that's another really, really great asset to our community. It's really surprising to me that we don't have something more permanent. We had a lot of trouble this year getting the ice rink open, and Parks and Rec was really amazing at trying to pull that off and open it up for our kids to play hockey and public skate and all these other opportunities that, again, also serve a lot of Latino families because they are in walking distance to the ice rink. And I see them there every afternoon almost. It's fantastic. So I think all those items and all those ideas that are coming out in the regional park area are just really great complements to a bigger, more varied space for a lot of different families visiting and local. So thank you very much for the opportunity and the possibility.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Good evening. My name is Jana Gaskell, and I'm a 28 year Truckee local. I love the library. I love Kids Zone, but I'm here to thank you for considering the ice pavilion. In my opinion, this is very long overdue. We love the little rink. Thank God it is there also. We've seen many a rink open and close in Southlake and Reno, and there is a demand for this. There's so many kids, young people, teenagers, that they're not skiers, they're not snowboarders. And the ice rink currently gives them an outlet to be outdoors and moving physically as opposed to using their thumbs on keyboards that they really need. And I think improving it and expanding it and being able to have it to be even a more organized entity that will provide more to more of our population is just crucial to an area like Truckee. I am in awe of staff for putting this whole thing together and helping to organize the studies and the many, many agencies that are here represented that are working on this. That's Truckee, right? That is Truckee. Everybody comes together when we need them most. So thank you for considering it and supporting the Ice Pavilion and the concept that somebody addressed earlier, I think it was Jeff, about it all doesn't have to be done at once. And I know that the ice concept, the ice rink concept, the expanding of it has been worked on by many people in this community since as early as 2016, 17. So we're kind of hoping that this might be something that can move along a little bit more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Hello all, my name's Carl Riedlinger. I don't have any prepared words for this. I wasn't planning on coming up and talking, but hearing the other voices here and seeing my first glimpse of the Truckee community and government working is pretty awe-inspiring, so I wanted to come up here and have my voice heard. Hillary, you're amazing. The way you handled your questions and did your presentation was awesome. I am the father of 2 boys here in town. I am also a youth lacrosse coach and an ice hockey coach and a ski patroller at Alpine. My kids have been to Kid Zone. We go to the library every week. And knowing my love of hockey and also box lacrosse, which has not really been touched on for the pavilion use in the summer, I hope these things don't have to compete for space because they all have value. But what I was thinking of as I was sitting there was hearing that the library and Kid Zone want to be close to the park made me ask why. They're both buildings. Of course, kids love to be outside. I understand why they want to be near each other. But it's the things that make a park that make it attractive. We can go build buildings amongst the trees here in Truckee. We can be downtown amongst other buildings and have access to other things. But the access to the park and the facilities of the park and having a great park is what's making it desirable for Kid Zone and the library to want to be there. And to me, that's things like the pavilion, the basketball courts, the disc golf, the open fields, things like that. So I'm really behind having the pavilion there for ice, for other uses, to enrich everyone's use, both Kid Zone and the library and everyone else in Truckee. So I think it's a very symbiotic combination that I hope we really don't have to compete for space for. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Hello, Town Council, town staff. I am not a Toastmaster, but I'll do my best. I'm a ice rink enthusiast. I'm also a co-founder of TSIP and a few other names that we've called ourselves over the years. I'm a volunteer at the ice rink, and I'd like to say that our programming has blossomed in the last 10 years. We don't have enough space. We have teams in the leagues that aren't allowed to play because we don't have enough time or enough space at the existing rink. And we had submitted a preliminary application to planning in October of 17, and we kind of held back. And we'd like to see the ice rink become a priority for the town before the existing facility is non-operational. We've had some problems this year. The rec department has done a great job getting it back online, but I think our answer is to expand and cover it and make it a viable facility, both year-round, 5 months for the ice, potentially year-round in the future, but absolutely a pavilion for use for all of the things that we've discussed. Everyone has discussed tonight. So that, in short, I'd just like to see that be a priority for the staff and the council. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Could we get your name, please?
Oh, it's Jesse Boeri.
Jesse Boeri.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jesse.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, Council. I'm Susie Tarnay. I'm here tonight with
kind of my hockey hat on. We had some representatives from our women's hockey team earlier, and she had to go. So I'm speaking kind of on her behalf for our delightfully named the Truckee Mother Puckers. So we are in favor of an ice rink, obviously. We went to a tournament last year, and it was very confusing when there were lines on the ice. So we would love to learn how to play with a real rink. And I'm also, as a mom, fully in support of the Kids Zone and the library. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susie. Any other public comment?
Yeah, now we're on. It's my turn now. Steve Randall, General Manager, Truckee Donna Recreation and Park District. I'd like to start my comments with that TDRPD is in agreement and supports the report as submitted. It's been in front of my board a few times, not in its final phase, but we've talked about it moving along. It'll go to my board on February 28th at their regular meeting to have more comment on it. You know, why is Parks and Rec doing this? This isn't part of my speech, but as listening to what went on tonight, Park and Rec has been a collaborator and a partner in this community for many years. I mean, I made a list today of stuff. I'm not going to go through all those partnerships, but even the people in this room, we've been a partner on the Kids Zone. We started that and gave it to the Kids Zone. We worked with Lisa and her group to get their project done last year. I can go on and on and on, but that's what Park and Rec is a collaborator and a partner to get a lot of things going on. At this point, the biggest issue for us now is a potential lease of the Old Town Courtyard. And why is that our biggest issue? Because we are currently in the planning stages for a new pavilion ice rink, except we don't know where it's going to go. So it's pretty hard, David, you're a planner, it's pretty hard to plan something when you're not quite sure where it's going to go. To this point, we've had some public meetings, we've gotten input from the public. Our next step is really to locate that site. Quick history. The current rink was constructed in 2001. When it was constructed with the intent that there'd be groundswell from the community that we need a new ice rink. I sat on many committees moving along since 2001 to get it going. I think we really have one now that is passionate and is ready to make it happen, and that is TSIP. The preferred location for an ice rink for TDRPD is at our existing courtyard and regional park, which was identified in the study. We can use the current location, which is on the basketball court, but it's tight and it's not the best location. What is the project? I mean, the project is basically a concrete slab with a roof, and it'll have piping for ice rink, and we'll have concessions, bathrooms, all those types of things. But it'll have two main functions. The main functions will be an outdoor pavilion, which will operate 7 months of the year. That outdoor pavilion will provide, special events, sports, and, oh, by the way, weddings. I mean, if you're trying to do a wedding in the Truckee Tahoe area, other than West End Beach, I'm sorry?
Nice to have a roof.
Oh, if you're trying to do a wedding, it's $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000. This is going to provide an opportunity for our community to have a low-cost type of thing like that. It's also going to be an economic boost to the community because it will bring in visitors, which will naturally add to the bed tax, sales tax. Businesses will like that kind of stuff. What is the issue with our current rink? Closures because of weather. That's why we're looking at putting a roof on it. You know, the last week or so we had to close most days because it snowed and you got to get the snow off. With a roof, you won't have to do that anymore. So, so getting back to the location of the Pavilion Ice Rink, we don't have to move our existing courtyard. It functions fine for us, and it's centrally located to our facilities. We are considering the move to accommodate the community, i.e. the library, the ice rink, the outdoor pavilion, potentially the kids zone, all those types of things. That's why we're doing it, because it's what's best for the community. We don't have capital to purchase the Old Town Courtyard. It would need to be required on a long-term lease, such as we have with many of our other facilities. Examples, you've heard some of those tonight. Regional Park, about 2/3 of it's owned by either Truckee Sanitary District or Truckee Donner Public Utility District. Those leases are in place. Riverview Sports Park, 32 acres, all our ball fields. If we didn't have that, I don't know where kids would be playing, but that is on a long-term lease with TSD as well. The town courtyard has been a courtyard site for over 30 years. Prior to the town taking it over, it was the TSD courtyard. So just a little bit of history. This needs to be considered when deciding what to do with it in regards to the neighborhood. You know, I think that's an important element. We want facilities, but there will be some impacts on the existing neighborhood. It was brought up that, you know, our use is a little passive. Our people come in first thing in the morning, they go out, they do their thing. We're not in and out like the town was, you know, that with, you know, beep, beep, beep with snow trucks. So I think our impact will be minor, and that site has a history of being a courtyard, and so we go there. So in conclusion, I want to state we all work for the same people. Most people do not even know that TDRPD isn't part of the town. If you were to ask the average citizen, they'd say Parks and Rec is part of the town. They don't know that. This should be a community effort that benefits the community at large and not individual entities, and I think that's where we are today, and that's what you've heard from your constituents to this point. So thank you. I'll entertain questions while I'm here. I know some questions came up about certain things, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Why don't we see if there's any further public comment, and then Steve, you can stay close. All right. Any other public comment tonight on this item?
Be super quick. Kristen York, Truckee Donner Parks and Rec Board. And Steve's right. Most people don't know we're a separate entity, but I just want to point out that we serve, if you look at our annual numbers, over 300,000 visits or splashes or activities, people, and those are mostly local communities, so it's a really important district. I've been on the board 8 years. I was ready to go roll off, but I stayed on for 4 more years because of this project, and it's really, really important to all the staff and all the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Any other public comment tonight on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. I want to thank everybody on behalf of the council for all of the engagement this evening and really heartening feedback. Thinking that we will, yes, we got the recommendation up here. We're going to open this up for council discussion, deliberation. There was also a slide, Hillary, that I think might be useful. It sort of had next steps, and you kind of broke things down, because I think there were, you know, we have 2 things. We've got the acceptance of the report, item number 1, and then the second part of it had sort of multiple components to it. So maybe we'll take these one at a time. First would be acceptance of the report. How do you all feel about that? And Anyone want to?
Can I just ask one question? Actually, and it's for Steve.
Oh, yeah, and thanks for reminding me. We had a question from Suzanne and Carol that we were going to ask as
good
well.
old rodeo grounds too, which I've talked to Steve a little bit about over some time. But my question just really was: is there a master plan for the regional park, or like, are some of these layouts that we're seeing tonight, are those like new to you guys? Or have you been contemplating them and you fed them into the study? I guess, where did all that come from?
To directly answer your question, directly answer your question, no, there's not a master plan for the park. Regional park has just evolved over the years. You're a disc golfer, things like that, as the need came about. That's a lot of how it's evolved. We are now at a point where we need that kind of thing. That's why we embarked on this study with the town and the airport to kind of lay out where all these things, should go. We can't continue to just plop something in without careful thought.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. And can you also just comment, yes, I'm a disc golfer, and, the disc golf course is important to me. We'll just make that clear. But, in the effort of community good, can you just maybe just give us a quick summary? I know when we were talking about the dog park and a lot of those issues that came up over the past couple of years about just like how the existing uses are sort of played into planning for future uses, because really like how we talk about those existing uses and look at them in that bigger picture, I think, not just as flat land necessarily as, active, recreation uses.
Yeah, when we first embarked on this study and the first iteration came out where it had the library and a community building taking over the ball field and what we call the Chief Truckee lawn area, was like, no, that's not where we're at. This park needs to remain a park, but there's no reason why it can't have some of these components, but it needs to remain, that greenery. Someone else mentioned earlier, it's not meant to be all buildings. So that's why this report carefully locates some of those facilities. So you put the ice rink where the existing courtyard and it's kind of tucked in, and doesn't have that remains a park. And with an outdoor pavilion, that's part of a normal park setting. And having one building like the library or community space is not going to make a big difference at this point. We have within the park, most people probably don't even know this, but back behind the rodeo arena is the community high school. That's for the kids that when they can't make it in high school, they can't make it in the second high school, that's behind the baseball field, this is where they go. Well, that's a joint use facility. They use that school during school year. We use that building for day camp. So, another way of collaborating and utilizing facilities together to, accommodate the community as best as possible. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Good to hear it and enlighten us on the rodeo grounds while we have you up here. Everybody wants to know.
What would you like to know?
What's the grandfathered use there? I think
there's no really grandfathered use. The rodeo grounds were built by volunteers even before my time, so that's a long time ago. It is what it is. It's not to say that things couldn't be looked at, but I think what we're trying to do is we're not trying to take away things within the existing park. There's a need for various things. It's not to say that it can't be retrofitted or whatever. That's a different discussion. I think the discussion right now is, what you have on your plate. A community pavilion which could bring, a lot of different types of revenues into the community, an ice pavilion that the community wants, an expanded library, a new kid zone, those are the kinds of things. How can they all integrate within the park setting? It's like I said, the first iteration, they wanted to take away the ball field. No way. We need that. We don't have enough ball fields as it is. So how can we take away one? So.
Thank you so much. Great.
Just the questions from Suzanne and Carol about the western. I think this sort of echoes, Morgan, what you were asking about, the western side of the site. And then there was the mention of the rodeo, which I believe is the eastern side of the site, correct?
Yes, and I think and then there's the other piece, the high school, alternative high school, which is kind of in the back eastern part of the site, or however you want to describe it.
I'm not good with north, south, east. I'm a recreator, but
we can speak to the western, or that piece that Morgan described. There is a privately owned piece, but it's actually further to the west. Dan was pointing that out to me. So there's a piece that's privately owned that would not be able to be in play, but there is some space there in the picture, if we would say next to the roundabout, kind of in that corner. Yeah, just why don't you point that out?
Is labeled disc golf course in this photo?
And it would take away a bit from a hole. I think it's the first hole, perhaps, or the second. There would have to be a little reconfiguration of disc golf. One of the tenets of the study, and it could be why we didn't really focus on that piece, was do the absolute minimum impact to existing kind of recreation uses. Kind of leave the park is kind of Steve's suggestion, I think. And so it's possible that the consultants just kind of didn't look there. So I think that is a possibility for a kid zone or a senior use or something like that. So that is a site that we just didn't give a lot of time to.
Maybe a better way to formulate that question for Steve is sort of given a preferred alternative on here that really doesn't have a kid zone on the map anywhere, and given that neither the kid zone is a town operation nor the land is a town land, what would you say for kid zone advocates who want to continue pursuing a possible location? What's the best way for them to keep having that conversation?
Well, right now they just wrote a letter to me and the board. They plan to get on our board agenda February 28th, so that discussion will start. This is the first discussions, with that. I think there's some potential ideas that I don't really want to speak to at this point, but that there may be a possibility within Regional Park, within a different location. A lot of it's dependent on size, and how it fits, the land that's potentially there. But, what I'll say is, my philosophy, and it's been mine for umpteen years, I never say no to anything. Let's see how we can work it out. And I can give you an example, the bike park. 2 guys came into my office one day, we want to build a pump track. I don't even know what the hell a pump track is, when they first came in. And I said, sure, let's see what happens. I never expected them to get it off the ground. We now have a world-class bike park. And 90% of that was all community driven. Parks and Rec helped with the land, has helped with funding on it, but 90% of it was all community driven. That's what you see in front of you tonight, is a lot of projects that are community driven. The ice rink's community driven, the library is, the kids zone, those types of things. So that's exciting to me that we can have those kind of community collaborations, and that the community is so passionate about those kinds of things to make it happen. So,
awesome. Thank you.
I have one question for Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hi.
So on this, thanks for keeping this up, Hillary, there's a new street skate park. Do you have any information on that?
Are you referring to the new streetscape park that we're putting at the old Rec Center, Community Arts Center?
No, it's here right on the corner of Estates Drive as it turns that.
The new skate park.
Oh, the new skate park.
Yeah.
Yes, that's, there's another community collaboration that's going on. I've been working with the skate park people for about 5 years. My first thing to them was, you raise $100,000 and then we'll start talking. And they've already raised $150,000, and that would be located where the existing parking is for the rodeo arena. It would take up about half of that space. we worked along with the Watershed Council when they did their restoration project so that it would fit in there. So it will be a new skate park, and we will retain the existing one. That skate park will basically have more of a street course. When we first built our skate park, which, by the way, was one of the first in California, I think we were the second, we had a lot of technical people up here that could, skate the bigger bowls and things like that. So it's not the most beginner-friendly. This new park would be much more beginner-friendly.
Okay, thank you.
Am I dismissed?
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. For now. Okay. All right. Any other questions before we go to discussion, deliberation? Okay. So two items. The second item, multiple parts to it. First item. How are you all feeling about acceptance of the report, the planning study? Some nodding heads on the right flank.
Yes.
Yep.
Same over here. Okay. All right. Do we?
Just add with the caveat that I think that accepting the study is in no way a sign that the Kid Zone is not part of our collective imaginations. I think it's just a recognition of the various roles, and we don't want to delay things by not accepting a study when it's not really ours to hash out those details.
Very good point.
Just kind of reiterate the same thing and say it, the regional park is run by the Rec and Park District. It's not our job to sort of dictate what uses go or don't go there. They can certainly be part of potential future lease agreements if there's specific things that we do want to see in exchange for moving courtyards and things like that. But, I personally think I align with what Steve said about, really keeping existing uses and enhancing additional future uses as they pertain to a park environment. And I think that that's important. So I agree with accepting the study. And I like the points that Mead and whoever the authors were really used to undertake the study. I think those underlying points are important to me to be upheld. So that's where I land.
Thank you, Dave.
I think a vote would be appropriate on this one.
A vote?
Yeah,
accepting the study?
Yeah, we clearly have the direction, but I just think it's good in the future. This is kind of a marker in the sand. I think we may want to have a vote.
Okay.
I would like to toss in a last minute question.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sorry. I'm concerned about projecting too far or getting too off base, so please let me know if I am. But how complex would it be if we came to a point where we wanted to support continuing looking at other potential options for example, a Kid Zone, if the library/community space ended up preferring to have separate spaces, and we wanted to see, well, would it be feasible for a Kid Zone or other community space potentially to be at the disc golf area or closer to the playground area? Or so how hard is it to tack on in addition to this study if we are to accept the current study now? Does that make sense? Now I'm just getting way out there, or is that inappropriate?
I'll risk an answer. I think I kind of go along with what I think Dave Pallavi just said, which is, and Morgan, it really is kind of more up to the Rec and Park District to lead that charge a little bit. We'll be happy to facilitate and do what we can, and if it means doing an amendment or having Mead and Hunt help, I'm sure there's a way we can make that work, and we're all working together on this. But I just would hesitate we shouldn't get too far afield as the town telling Park and Rec, because you'll notice we didn't quote master plan the whole park. We looked at just that space to accommodate the needs in front of us, and one could have done that. In fact, our consultants were having fun doing that at one point, and we had to sort of pull them back in a little bit. But I think so. I don't think it would be difficult to amend some site plans, or the data are all available. We own the the maps and the data and all of that. But I'd be hesitant to step too far out until the Rec and Park Board had its chance. And as Steve described, it's coming up right away. That'd be my suggestion.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to make one more comment here about, the difficulty of how do you cite these things and call out the obvious pain of parking, and how do you provide enough parking, and if we don't have enough parking, we can't do all those uses. And I thank you, Jessica, for bringing up the fact that public transit could help make a difference in here. But ultimately, whether or not there's a bus stop doesn't actually have any impact on parking unless people actually don't drive their cars. And so as long as we all continue to expect to be able to drive and park everywhere, approaching these projects in Truckee from a cultural and how we move about our town is going to require really large pieces of asphalt as parking. And once we can start to change that, building this stuff gets easier and we can put more of this downtown. So it's a thing that's been coming up in a lot of different places, and it's up to us. So,
all right.
With that, I move that we accept the site planning study.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So we have unanimous acceptance of the site planning study. The MSPS, as it's otherwise known. All right. So next we have some strategic decisions. And these are broken out by Riverview site and then the airport non-aviation site. So let's take Riverview first. And I think the question, actually kind of two separate questions here. The first one is, should we continue moving forward or negotiating with the rec district and others? Well, I guess this one's simply the Riverview Corp, right? Okay. So the first piece. And then the second question is about the concept of workforce housing. So first question, how are you feeling about that? Yes, thumb up?
I'm so concerned I might forget. I want to disclose I did meet with Kevin Murphy yesterday, just to get that out there. I had a meeting with him.
So full disclosure, I had a phone call with him as well. So.
I was so scared I was going to.
It was purely informative. So, any other confessions or disclosures tonight? Okay.
No, we all got all the public comments.
All right.
So.
Okay. Excellent. Okay, so I've seen.
So yes.
Yes.
I mean, if we're going to adopt the study, let's make use of it and not just let it sit on a shelf and get dusty. And I skipping ahead, Mr. Mayor, I apologize, but I would say yes to all three of these questions,
okay.
And because that's kind of what we just adopted, so we might as well move forward.
Okay, everyone's feeling the same way as Dave. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I would like just to reiterate that obviously we have tremendous public support for these for this study and the first two questions before us. While we don't have huge public outcry for the aquatic invasive species inspection station and the fire training, I find those equally important in protecting our community and all the things that everybody wants to see proliferated as part of this study. So I feel that's a very important component of it. I really appreciate town staff and the airport, Kevin, if you're still here, making sure that this all comes together to show the community benefit of all of these pieces of property and the exchange of information, resources, property, connections to community transit centers. All of this stuff is just so key to the future that we want to create for us in Truckee.
Totally agree. I mean, this site is a crossroads site in so many ways. A crossroads sort of physically, where we have trails converging with auto and park, and an amazing opportunity for our community. And a crossroads moment. So I think do you have enough direction? I mean, I think we've got unanimous support here for moving forward and continuing the discussions and the exploration on this site. So
I do have a question in terms of how much time we think this is going to take of staff time and what kind of impacts that might have on things that you're currently working on.
I think accepting the report won't take long. I think the conversations with Rec and Park and with the airport, I think will move pretty quickly. I mean, it will, we can't guarantee the outcome exactly, but I don't think that'll take a great deal of staff time. I think the one that would take a great deal of staff time and will is this question of exploring the affordable housing side. I think or workforce housing. That's a completely different set of processes. And I would anticipate bringing that back to you as part of the budget conversation, because I think there's some other things in play around housing that could play into that. So that one I would anticipate, that's a kind of a whole separate process almost. It does not affect the rest of this in the sense that the courtyard conversation can happen anyway.
The other timing and budget piece to highlight again that I brought up at the beginning is we can't really make a final decision on use of the Riverview site until we commit funds to construct the phase 2 on our new courtyard piece. So we can start to explore sort of what the terms would look like, but that'll be another question that comes back to council before we are able to move forward with any plans.
Okay. And then just kind of finally, with all of this plus the other concepts and ideas that the study brings forward, including other community uses, I know Reb Anderson had brought up the request for some sort of committee or town council participation. What is the expectation in terms of creating a community feedback or input for this? And again, how does that impact staff time?
I think I would pick each piece off on that one. I think the community pavilion already has a pretty robust stakeholder conversation going on. I know that they came to us and we had a big meeting internally with the architect and Kevin and some of his. So they're kind of they're moving forward on the stakeholder process. And since at this point, it involves
are their own committee.
They are, and it's not our property, and so we'll be involved. We have to be involved because there's a planning permit involved. There's a use permit we have to offer or give, but that one has its own process. I believe the library also will have its own process. We may be more involved in that. We'll see. We've got another item coming up in a couple minutes that we'll talk about that, but the request was to create some kind of new committee with council presence, and that certainly makes a lot of sense to me. It's kind of how we've been doing the library conversations to date, but I don't think you can make that decision. Andy's not here to tell us what's legally correct, but I don't think I don't think you can actually make an appointment, but we probably could continue what we're doing as that committee unfolds.
Really just curious about, again, the staff impacts. I know we are taking off, we've got a lot on our plate this year, so I just want to make sure we're not overloading you guys.
Fair enough, thanks.
Okay, so you have direction. All right, great. So we'll move on to item 7.2. You good for moving on? Yep, okay, all right. Report on thank you again, everyone who came out. Really appreciate the input and engagement. Thank you. 7.2, report on the Truckee Library Management discussion with Nevada County and the recommendation from staff not to pursue town management of the library and update on library improvements. So, Jeff.
I just wanted to frame this one before Hillary shows the details of it. This one really is a companion to the last one, and the more these two analyses and negotiations and conversations kind of moved along, the more it was obvious that the two really worked together. And so I think of them as part and parcel. If one was to look at the staff report just kind of in isolation, you might think it's fairly negative. It basically says, let's not do something that we were studying. But we see it a little bit differently, and then Hillary will describe kind of how, in the details of how that is. But we think this works really hand in hand with the idea of the new facility. and there's a number of reasons for that we'll give us during the presentation. But I just think it's important to kind of connect the two items here in terms of the library portion of the last item with this notion, because really when we first started the library conversations, the framing of it was, one, should the town take over either part or all of the management of the existing library, and then two, in what sense and in what way can the town support, facilitate, and make happen the new exciting larger library at a new facility and site. Obviously that's what we just finished up, and we think the two really ought to be sort of seen in tandem.
Thanks, Jeff. You got me again on this one, so bear with me. As Jeff mentioned, these are sort of two related conversations. We also sort of have tried to separate them out as related but separate issues in our discussion. So we're here tonight to provide an update on recent discussions with the Truckee Library. Before we jump into that, let's start with a little background as we did on the last project. So how did we get here? Discussions regarding a possible town role in library services have been raised in the past at various points. But by way of recent background, in 2016, Nevada County requested that the town consider taking a role in providing library services within Truckee. And these services are currently provided by the county as part of the Nevada County Community Library System. This county request was pretty much in response to ongoing interest from the Friends group in Truckee, asking the town to consider it and talking with the county about concerns with library services. And the county essentially came to the town and said, we're open to considering this change in library management if that's what makes sense for your community. So in January of 2017 at the annual council retreat, council discussed this request and provided direction to staff that the town was willing to consider the request if it was determined that, first, sufficient funding is available, and second, that the town could provide better service. To help answer those questions, in December of 2017, the town engaged consultant management partners to complete a library management feasibility study. And before we jump into the details of our recent discussions, I wanted to go back to that study and walk through a couple of the key findings and considerations and our recent council discussions that took place last May and June about that study. To begin, the purpose of the feasibility study was to look at council's two overarching considerations. Is sufficient funding available to provide stable long-term funding, and could the town provide better library service? To the first question, our consultant management partners' analysis concluded that sufficient funding is not available long-term. That was based off of some of their key assumptions that they made. When we projected those out over a 10-year basis, it looked something like this, which was a little bit alarming. This showed that there's a steep escalation of expenses, shown here in red, and a much more gradual revenue escalation, which is shown in blue. And this was leading to a projected $800,000 annual deficit by year 10. This study also discussed that some of the key financial drivers in that result included escalating salary and benefit costs, which were projected to outpace revenue growth substantially. Economies of scale, meaning that there are certain activities and costs that take place on a system-wide basis to support all of the county libraries that would essentially be duplicated in Truckee if we operated a standalone library. And revenue assumptions. There are two fund sources that support the libraries in Nevada County. The first and substantially largest is Measure A sales tax, and the county general fund, which is referred to as maintenance of effort, is the second. What percent of revenue is allocated to Truckee as our fair share is critical in the financial feasibility. We started the feasibility study with a common agreement between the town and county that we would assume a return to source model for Measure A revenue, meaning that library sales tax that's generated in Truckee would return to Truckee. Yet how this return to source percentage is calculated has a significant impact on the revenue that would be available. If you make a 1 to 2% adjustment in that, it makes a pretty dramatic swing in the budget. And this is an issue that will come up again throughout this presentation. The feasibility also concluded that a town-run library would not be likely to have the resources to expand services beyond the existing service level. And due to specific language in the Measure A ballot measure that had recently been approved, we found that legally we couldn't actually have a truly independent library in Truckee. And that's because to be eligible for Measure A funding, the Truckee Library would still need to technically be part of Nevada County Community Library System. We determined that the county could contract with the town to provide services in Truckee, which could provide sort of a locally run look and feel, but it would still be under the umbrella of Nevada County Community Libraries. And that was a nuance that we weren't expecting when we began the study. So summing things up, our consultant concluded that the town taking over library management was not recommended. Yet there was certainly strong council and community interest in the big goal of developing a new library facility for Truckee. So council expressed an interest in further exploring the library management if that was something that could provide the path forward towards a new library. So council decided to continue that conversation on May 8th when we first brought this to council, and asked staff to take a closer look at some of the financial assumptions in our consultant report before we continued the conversation. We then continued that discussion a month later, last June, and at that time I presented some additional analysis and adjustments to some of the key financial assumptions in the consultant report. These adjustments did point to a somewhat better financial outlook. And with those more optimistic funding assumptions, we projected that sufficient funding may be available to run the current 5,000 square foot library at the current service level, based off of pretty optimistic assumptions before we had gone into negotiations with the county. However, this did not leave any significant surplus for expanding services or contributing towards development of a new library. It was really just sort of, we might be able to break even at this point. At both the May and June meetings, there was a lot of community and council interest in the library, and both public comments and council interest expressed at those meetings was largely focused on supporting the vision for a new expanded Truckee library, which, as we started at the beginning with, is technically not the focus of this library management feasibility study, but is certainly a related issue. So at the June meeting, council again expressed an interest in further considering library management if that would create the path forward to a new library facility. So the June 12th meeting, council directed staff to begin discussions with Nevada County to further explore the feasibility of town management with a focus on the financial feasibility. And council also appointed Councilmember Abrams to participate in these discussions, which was fantastic to have council representation. Since June, the town and county teams have met 3 times and also have been very open with exchanging information. And we started by considering and sharing both town and county interests in the library and its future. Then we developed 3 different management scenarios to be considered and completed budgetary analysis of both town and county costs for each of those scenarios. We also discussed progress to date and upcoming plans for improvements at the current library facility, and discussed a vision and possible path forward for a new library. Here are the interests that we generated together during our first meeting with the county. And it's noteworthy that when we did this exercise, we realized that each of the interests raised, whether it was raised by town or county representatives, was shared between both groups. The only difference really was the 8th interest, where the county clarified that they do have an interest in supporting the vision of a new library facility in Truckee, but the county does not have the capacity to fund that facility's development. So that was the one nuance that they wanted to make sure was clear. Besides that, we're very well aligned. For the next steps in our discussion, here are the 3 management scenarios that the town developed for further analysis. And these were similar to where we started in the library feasibility study, just sort of fleshing it out a little bit more. The first was what we called the independent option, in which the town would provide the majority of services, both front of house and back of house services, while maintaining a shared integrated library system, which is an enterprise software program shared between the town and county. And again, under this option, the library would still technically be under the umbrella of Nevada County Community Libraries, but would run most of the services independently. For the hybrid option, the town would manage the front of house services, meaning programming, branch staffing, facility management, and the county would retain responsibility for centralized back of house services, so the collections management and a shared collection. In the third way option, the county would continue to provide both the front of house and back of house services, and the town could continue to stay actively engaged in local planning for a new and expanded library facility. And with this one, we were careful not to call this sort of status quo, because that's really not how we see this. We see this as, continue the operations while looking towards a brighter future. The budgetary analysis discussion involved a detailed attempt to understand the overall expenses, both the town costs and county costs for each of those 3 management scenarios, and discussing how to allocate county-wide revenue and centralized costs to the Truckee Library. So first in that process, the county provided budget projections for county services under each of the 3 library management scenarios, including their assumption of what would be reasonable revenue and expense allocations to Truckee. The town then reviewed county budget projections after going through them with the county line by line, and then revised those projections using town proposed assumptions of what would be reasonable allocations. Town added in costs for the town provided services under each of those scenarios, and that was based largely on the work from the feasibility study. And we then combined the town and county costs to provide 10-year budgetary projections for each of the 3 management scenarios using both the town assumptions and the county assumptions. So in other words, we provided 2 versions of the financials in the staff report, each of them having 3 different scenarios, so there's 6 versions of the budget. So apologize if there was a lot of numbers to throw at you. Well, now I'll try to simplify that a little bit into sort of what the key differences and points are to consider. So I want to highlight just a few of the key adjustments and assumptions that really drove that difference between the bottom line in the county version of numbers and the town version of numbers and where we landed. First, on the revenue side, as highlighted earlier, a starting point in the library study was looking at sort of a return to source assumption. And the feasibility study initially assumed a 26% Measure A sales tax amount coming from Truckee, and that was, our consultant got that based off of the most recent quarter's reports that they were looking at. Staff then, sort of in looking closer at that, adjusted that to 29.1%, so a 3.1% increase, and that is based off of the 5-year average, which seemed to be a bit more favorable and more reasonable from our perspective. In the county's budget, or most recent budget projections, they used a 27%, sort of midway between those two. The town numbers, we have stuck with the 29.1% assumption, so you'll see a bit of a difference in the projections and the revenue. Second, when we looked at centralized costs that support the library system as a whole, those things like HR services, for example, collections management, the library director salary, excuse me, what percent of these centralized costs from the county-wide budget should be allocated to Truckee? The county assumed 27%, since 27% of the revenue they're projecting would go back to Truckee. The town assumed 22% because that essentially is the percent of work that takes place in Truckee, and that's based off of the percent of non-administrative staffing expenses in the system come from Truckee. Finally, there's a question of how we should account for Truckee's current share of centralized county services if these specific services are no longer provided in the county. An example of something like that would be HR services. If the county is no longer providing that service for the Truckee Library, technically there's a small reduction in the overall HR workload for the county. But that reduction in workload is not enough to provide any cost savings since there's no reduction in their headcount. So the county proposed an approach to essentially make the county whole. So if they don't have any cost savings from not doing certain work, why would they reduce the amount that the Truckee Library would contribute? In other words, in this situation, with the independent and hybrid management options, the Truckee Library budget would continue to pay for certain county services that may no longer be benefiting Truckee or would have a significant reduced workload for Truckee. The town proposed a different approach. We have proposed to adjust the charge to reflect the service rendered under each scenario. So in other words, if under the third way option where the county is providing the service, the town would reimburse for that HR cost. Under the independent option, that would come down to 0% allocation to Truckee. In the hybrid option, where some service is being provided by the county, that would be reduced by about half. So getting to the actual numbers, here's a comparison of the combined county and town budgets using 3 different management scenarios under the county's assumptions. And this mirrors the sort of fine point numbers that are in the staff report. In here, the blue is the projected revenue. Orange is town's operating expenses. So under the third way county managed option, there is no town expense. Under the hybrid option, it goes up substantially, and independent option goes up more. And then the green is the county's expenses for each option. They're stacked on top of one another to show the overall cost of the program under each option. And you can see here that when we combine the projected town and county expenses exceed revenue in all 3 of the scenarios. But the deficit is significantly worse for the hybrid and independent options. So the deficit is sort of the gap here between the blue and the green. With a difference between revenue and expenses of $5.5 million over 10 years for the hybrid option and $6.5 million in the independent option. When we looked at this same 10-year projection using the town's adjusted cost projections and allocations, the overall budget looks significantly better, but is still projecting a net deficit of $1.7 million over 10 years for the hybrid option. That's this gap here. And $1.9 million for the independent option. And that, again, is because of the economies of scale and just not as efficient running an independent library than a branch library as part of the larger system. The other piece to consider here, though, is the loss to Nevada County Community Library budget when we look at the numbers using the town's projections. Essentially, we would have a reduction in the centralized costs that are currently allocated to Truckee that would no longer be paid by Truckee. So if we reduce the amount that we are reimbursing for things like HR costs, those costs would then get allocated among the remaining branches on the other side of the county. And we'd be looking at a hit to their budget of about $2.6 million in the hybrid option and $4.3 million in the independent option over a 10-year period. So returning to the initial feasibility study questions, first, is sufficient funding available? And the bottom line is, based on our analysis, even if the town dug in our heels and negotiated hard for what we sort of see as the best case scenario, which would be the town's version of the revenue and expense allocations that I just showed, The outcome still does not look good for either the independent or the hybrid options. We still would be looking at a long-term deficit. We project that there would be that there would not be sufficient long-term funding for either of those options, and that change would have a significant negative impact significant negative impact to the remaining county library system branches, because they would be having to pick up that difference that's no longer reimbursed by Truckee. And that's the best case situation we can see if we continue these negotiations. That's if we got everything we're asking for. In reality, we sort of see these two versions of the numbers, like town version, the county version, as possible bookends in negotiations, and we would probably end up somewhere in the middle if we sort of dug our heels in and continued to negotiate. And that doesn't look good for either the town or the county. And that's why we're recommending ending negotiations and not pursuing this further. Moving on to the second question, can we provide better library service? Due to this less than rosy financial picture, because we would project that expenses would exceed revenue, rather than improving or expanding services, we project that the outcome of a change in library management would likely be a reduction in library services, or it would be coming back to the council and asking you to make really tough decisions about other town-run programs to subsidize this program that it would be underfunded in the long term. And we project that this funding uncertainty would not optimize the feasibility of developing a new library. And for that reason, we believe, our negotiating team believes, that maintaining county management provides the clearest path forward toward the new library facility, which is sort of the bigger goal that had a lot of community and council interest at the beginning of this process. And this brings up the question, if the town does not take over management of the library, how would this impact planning for a new expanded Truckee library facility? This was an important topic in our discussion with the county, and county staff was clear that the county is open to the idea of managing, but not constructing a new facility. So if a new facility were somehow developed by the Truckee community, continuing to have the county provide library services is a viable option. And this differs from some of our previous assumptions and was an important development in our discussions. Assuming this is the path forward, the county would want to be involved in some capacity in planning for the new facility to ensure that it is designed for efficient operations, meaning keeping staffing levels reasonable, which can be done with certain design elements, like having clear sight lines throughout the library, making sure it's energy efficient, things like that. Finally, I'd like to touch on updates regarding improvements to library services and facilities at the current facility. A positive outcome of the town's ongoing discussions and close collaboration with the county has been the opportunity to check in on and continue to advocate for Truckee's share of library improvements. In late 2016, Nevada County voters passed Measure A and the countywide library sales tax, which doubled sales tax collection from 1/8 of a cent to 1/4 cent, with a promise to fund operations and improvements to library service. After the passage of Measure A, the county contracted with the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation to conduct stakeholder outreach to understand the Truckee community's priorities for library service improvements. And the top 3 priorities that emerged from that outreach were hours of operation, children and teen programming, and access to technology. So that has created the roadmap forward that the county has been using as they work towards improvements. The county has held off on implementing some changes in the Truckee Library until we worked out the question of library management with the town. But over the past 2 years, they've already moved forward with a number of improvements for the Truckee Library, focusing on those 3 community priorities. And those have included expanding hours, significantly increasing the number of youth and adult programs offered each month, upgrading electrical and high-speed broadband to improve patron computer access, acquiring new tech equipment, including Chromebooks, 3D printer, VR unit, things like that. Adding a new tech drop-in program and increasing the frequency of interlibrary delivery, among others. And we have our county librarian, Yolande, over in the corner. If there are any questions, I'm sure I can put her on the spot. Additional improvements anticipated in the coming year include some additional computer and printer improvements. And through our ongoing discussions, the county has expressed an interest in holding a community design charrette to understand community priorities for potential soft interior remodel changes that could be implemented as interim improvements until a new facility can be developed. And the county recently worked on with the library planning architect to complete a similar process for the Penn Valley Library, and we saw the results of that, and it's pretty exciting. They've now offered to complete and fund a similar design and soft remodel process in Truckee if there's community interest in doing so. This could potentially be a real benefit for the Truckee community, provide a much improved library in the current footprint until the community is able to get together the plans and funding to develop a new library. And that process could have the added benefit of helping to get stakeholder interest and engagement towards the larger goal of planning and fundraising for a new library. So concluding the discussion, we did not end up with the recommendation of town taking over library management, as some were hoping for. But staff do believe that we've ended up with a very positive outcome, as Jeff pointed out at the beginning. Circling back to the shared interests that started our discussion with Nevada County, we believe that our recommendation addresses these by maintaining the stability and economies of scale provided by the Nevada County Library System. We believe we've charted a route that will maintain financial stability for the town and the county, and will continue implementation of library service and facility improvements in line with local Truckee community priorities. And perhaps most importantly, we believe that this recommendation will create the clearest path forward to work toward the big goal of a new library facility for Truckee. With that, staff recommendations are first to direct staff to end discussions with Nevada County regarding the potential for town management of the Truckee Library and to maintain county management of library services. And second, to authorize staff time to continue to support as appropriate Nevada County implementation of library service improvements. Thank you.
And I would just add one sort of technical footnote, but if there's a concern that, somehow the town hasn't invested or isn't in the process of investing in both existing and new library, we'll point out that if you actually quantify this entire process with staff time, consultant studies, et cetera, it's close to exceeding $100,000 that the town has currently invested over the last year and a half or so. And depending on the negotiations that we just described in the previous agenda item, could invest substantially more in the assistance or facilitation of a new site. So it's not an intangible investment. It's not, staff time could be used for other purposes, and as well consultant dollars and the other things. So we're not trying to sort of blow our own horn here, but just to suggest that since we aren't in the library business, we have approached this pretty seriously.
Okay, thank you, Jeff and Hillary. Appreciate the overview and the detail. We'll open this up first for any clarifying questions from council on what we just heard.
I think the presentation was really thorough. It seems to me like the crux of the reason that this doesn't make sense is because there's still this piece of funding that has to go back to the county. We can't just take it over ourselves. So I think the graphs made that very clear. So thanks for helping with that. The staff report, it was hard to find that, but it's very clear in the presentation and the graph. So thank you, Hillary.
Yeah, I would add to that. It's partly that there's still a portion going back to the county, but it's also just economies of scale is operating a separate a standalone library, you're essentially duplicating certain services that are already happening on a larger scale down the hill.
Jessica, Dave?
Having been privileged to sit in on the meetings, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple of questions. We received a letter. Well, we received a lot of letters, right? And one in particular sort of raised the question, and this was from Ruth Hall, about expenses and a big jump in expenses. Can you did you see that correspondence? And I was very curious about that. And what can you say about that?
Yes, I think I understand the issue she was raising correctly. So the question was, or the concern was, in previous years, the Truckee library staffing cost was listed in the $450,000 or so range, and then looking at more recent numbers, it was more like $800,000, and sort of where did this come from? So this is sort of an excerpt from our county budget component that's in the study, and I think that difference there is this $477,000 is staffing of people who directly report to Truckee, so people who are 100% at the Truckee Library branch. The larger number, the $800,000 number, is adding up those people along with allocations of staff time that are taking place sort of centralized down the hill that's contributing to the library system, and a portion of that is allocated to Truckee. So, for example, we have a library director, we have admin support staff who are supporting the program as a whole, and the county has, we have the percentages here of what percent they believe is allocated to Truckee. We did push back on some of those numbers and said, we think that's a little high. It shouldn't be 27%, let's make it 22%. But we still are ending up with a number that's substantially higher than just the Truckee staffing number.
Okay, thank you. And just kind of a general question in terms of financing new libraries. What's the most common vehicle for doing that in California? Any ideas?
We might put Yolanda on the spot as the library expert in the room on that one. Okay. I know a lot of times it's a bond using bonding issue, but exactly what you're bonding on would be the question. So perhaps when the people come up, Yolanda can take that one.
Okay. All right. You're nodding back there. Okay. Bonds. Okay. One word, bonds. Okay. Thank you.
I do have one question, actually. Well, beyond just when I can get the telescope out as soon as possible, I'm really excited about that. So thanks for the public service announcement. So thinking, more broadly as a Nevada County resident, and not just a town of Truckee official, it seems that we as Nevada County have a problem with funding our libraries long-term based on these graphs. Obviously, whether or not the town chooses to make that town of Truckee problem or not is the matter at hand. But am I correct in assuming that the county is kind of scrambling to figure out how to cover that gap? And maybe that's a question that our...
Yeah, that might be one that I'll turn to Yolanda since she happens to be here.
So yes, we are always scrambling, especially on big projects like the capital improvements. And the thing about it is all of our Nevada County libraries are in serious need of repair. They're all aging. We have to think about how technology is used and how people actually use the library now. When they were built in the 70s, right, we didn't need all of the outlets. And now we have people who want to plug in their device and charge it, but we don't have enough outlets. So all of our buildings are in the state where they need repair. I was giving a tour at the main library at Helling Library, and I was so embarrassed because the paint is peeling off. And when we brought the architects out, they said, "Hey, that wood is all rotted under there. You didn't know that, right?" So I think it's the state of all of our buildings. It's time, and we do have to figure out how we're going to fund that. Yes, most other libraries are being built with bond measures, whether that's property tax bond measures. At Manhattan Beach, where I used to work, that's how they funded their new $20 million library, right? But it's a very wealthy community, and so people were very behind their library and really supported that. Here, we've got some great efforts started by our friends at the library. That's always a big key component, that the community can raise part of it, but the friends generally do an enormous amount of fundraising to build new libraries. So, yes. Does that answer your question?
It does, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll open this up for public comment. If you have any public comment, please step to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Town Council, Mayor Turman. I'm Louise Zabriskie, President of the Friends of the Truckee Library. And Hillary, I have to just hands off to you for trying to wade through all the budget and then watching your presentation. I wish I had seen that first before I looked at all the numbers. It's helpful. So, well, we're here tonight to thank the council for the incredible investment of time, of staff time, and the financial resources that Jeff mentioned. We really do appreciate the town's support and to provide the Truckee community with the best possible library services. And this included the funding for the feasibility study, to analyze and recommend an operational model for the library, as well as the town staff participation, and in the intensive negotiation process with the county to explore all the options for the town taking over or sharing library operations. And Jessica, thank you so much for being a member of that committee, because I know it was a lot of work. The Friends of the Library, our number one priority is a new library in our town. I mean, I think we've made that really clear. Who runs the library? I mean, ideally, we would love a locally run library, and hopefully we will still have that in the future. But since first seeing the budget details used in the negotiations just over a week ago, we don't really feel like the Friends that we've had time to really look at the underlying numbers used in the budget analysis. And I appreciate, Hillary, your explanations and things, but as we were really looking, it raised a lot of questions for us. And for several reasons, we believe that there is a need to take a closer look at some of the costs provided by the county that were attributed to the Truckee Library that underpin the budget calculations. So based on these concerns of really trying to delve deep into understanding all the different ramifications of the budget and what it is really to the cost of managing and running a library, the Friends plan to, we would like to ask the council to suspend negotiations, and just for a period of time, as long as we need, that the Friends of the Library would like to have more information. So we would like to recruit an expert on library management and budgeting to look more closely at what it would actually cost to run a Truckee library. While I know it's not the right time for the town to take over management of the library now, we really would hope to work together to identify the circumstances that would allow the town to operate a library in the future. We also, my little timer. We also propose that we would like to, I know that some of the remodel costs and things looked really exciting and things, but the soft costs that was talked about, I just have to quote that reference in the staff report that one of the a community member said, "Isn't that like putting lipstick on a pig?" And talking about doing that to our library. And we would like to propose that we shift eventually some of those funds that are for remodeling the library now into a new Library for Truckee fund that we could use to really move forward with the new library in our community for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Town Council members. I'm Ruth Jackson Hall, a 41-year Truckee resident and longtime library advocate. I'm very grateful to the council and to the staff for their support, goodwill, and diligence in the exploration of the town taking over Truckee operations from Nevada County. I'm reading a letter that I sent in earlier this morning, and I've added a few other data points. I also serve as an appointee of the Nevada County Board of Supervisors representing Truckee on the Citizens Oversight Committee for the sales tax. In this position, I have acquired a great familiarity with the county library budgets over many years. The purpose of this committee is to assure that proceeds of the library tax are appropriated in accordance with the tax expenditure plan, including a just and fair plan for distribution of the sales tax between Truckee and Western Nevada County. Of the $4,134,000 that we receive, or that the county receives in sales tax revenue that's projected for this year, Truckee historically will produce 29% or $1,198,000. Until a week and a half ago, although I had asked the county several times, I was not given access to the fiscal year 18-19 working budget for Truckee, which is also being used as part of the negotiations. When it was made available to the Friends by town staff a week and a half ago, I was pretty disturbed by what I saw. Truckee library expenses for salaries and benefits for this year is almost double the size of last year's budget, and the revenue in the meantime remains the same. Salary expenses make up the majority of library operating expenses, and it appears that this year Truckee is paying 37% of the total county salary expense, a highly disproportionate percentage for a branch library in a county with 6 library facilities, 2 of them larger than ours. Nevada City has 10 full-time equivalent staff, Grass Valley 9, and Truckee 6. Last year, it appears that the library administration was not charged to the branches. So the positions that are doing the director position, the accountants, the office people, that amount of money was in a separate category. So you could say the discrepancy might have been there, but when I actually calculated what the overhead would have been if it had been added into the salary and benefits for this year, we would have been paying 24%, not 37%. I'm bringing up some specific examples because I think, going back to what Louise said, there are questions about numbers, where the numbers came from. What's the percentage that's being ascribed to Truckee for services that are coming, from other libraries, et cetera, that we have never seen, and that some of which we don't agree with. What's interesting to me is that last year we operated with the same amount of revenue, over $4 million, that we got from doubling our sales tax. It's the same amount that we're using this year. And last year, we were charged so much less. Something has happened in the budget structure. And I have been looking at these budgets for 20 years. And this budget is a complete departure. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to see the budget through most of this year until a week and a half ago. And for that reason, and for the questions that have come up, I really would like to have more time. I don't hold myself to be a fiscal expert, but I have a lot of experience in the library budget. And also, I just wanted to mention on the topic of improvements, I'm very concerned that the services provided to the town do not meet the standard expected by our community. For instance, we have once again lost our Truckee branch manager after only 6 months on the job. This means that we have been without a branch manager for 18 of the past 24 months. In addition, we have lost the Truckee position of adult literacy coordinator, with that position being transferred to Nevada City, even though 66% of literacy services take place in Truckee. We have also lost valuable parts of our collection, and the Historical Society has dealt a lot with that collection. We've lost books and documents that are very special to a local library that cherishes its history. Through weeding our collection to make more room for furniture, we have given up core aspects of what makes our library unique in our community. I feel like a further study needs to be done. I'm willing to listen and to understand from another viewpoint some of these questions regarding the finances, but I feel like there is no question in my mind that Truckee, the town of Truckee, could do a much better job in meeting the needs of this community, and that's just without a doubt in my mind. So I ask of the town council to lay action on a decision about operations of the Truckee Library to give the community sufficient time to address fiscal questions and operational issues. And I thank you for your consideration. I am very excited about the new Truckee Library, and thank you for your support for that.
Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mayor Turman, council members, fellow Truckee residents, I would like to thank the council members.
Your name, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Nancy Wilkins. I've lived in Truckee since 1965. In the late 60s, I was asked to join the small group of residents who successfully worked to establish a public library in Truckee. Our work culminated in the formation of the Nevada County Library System and the building of the Truckee Branch Library. I have a long-time interest in the library. In reviewing your recent staff report on Truckee Library Management, I was disappointed to see that the staff recommends ending discussion with Nevada County regarding the potential for town management of the Truckee Library and keep the management of library services as they are. I believe this is a mistake. It is time for us to take control of managing our library. Years ago, as a town, we saw the value of managing many of our public services, and we incorporated. It is time now to make the same move for our library. Our Truckee interests are not being well served from Nevada City. Town management would have hired bilingual staff to meet the needs of our diverse population. The Truckee Library has never had a bilingual staff member. Town management would not have eliminated Truckee's adult literacy coordinator, who has run a most active and successful program for many years. This position should not have been moved to Grass Valley. Historically, Truckee library advocates have repeatedly had to challenge the county in order to get equity for Truckee. town management would absolutely improve our library services. Please delay your decision on this matter. Allow more time for research and discussion. This is too important to rush. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Any other public comment?
I didn't have time to get it mailed in. I removed my own snow and I've been too busy.
Thank you.
So thank you, Town Council, Mayor. I'm Tansy Maxfield. I'm a longtime Truckee resident, and I'm also a former library employee. And I would like to piggyback on what Nancy said, and that is that my experience in working with the library here was that we were always having to stand up and fight and work against what Nevada City thought we should be doing in Truckee. And we were not seen as being equal to in having an opinion or expressing what we wanted or what we needed in our community. So whether the town takes over that or not, I want to prepare us to remember that some of us have an experience, I guess I would say, where Nevada City doesn't have my best interest at heart. They have their best interest in heart. We've had to fight with money. We've had to have oversight committees. We've had problems with the head librarians. And I'm not talking about the current head librarian. I don't know her. I don't know any of that. But that for the last several months, I know that the library here has not even had a local person who is the head librarian. They've had people who've been coming up a couple of weeks at a time or a couple of days at a time to be in charge there. It's been very difficult. And my concern is that so what I want to say is I hope that the town or whoever represents me now with that library is going to be as strong as we had to be in the past. Because right now, we don't have a Truckee representative in our library in a position of power. So it's very disconcerting. I hate going in there. I hate going in there because everything I loved is gone. The books have been taken away, as they say, to make room for furniture, or whatever that is. It's been heartbreaking. So, for at least an old timer, it's a tough time, and I hope that in our negotiations or our lack of negotiations with the county library, that we remember who we are, and that we're able to put that forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Tansy.
Good evening, council members. Welcome to the new council members. My name is Deirdre Henderson. I live in Truckee. Unlike most of the people who spoke here tonight, I'm a fairly new resident. I moved here in 2016. And last year, at one of the town council meetings, where you were talking about the library, I think I shared my experience of moving to Truckee, going to the library. I came from a small town in upstate New York, rather poor, a smaller population with a much better community library than Truckee. And when I got here and went to the library and saw it, I was in shock. So I have followed the library here carefully and have supported efforts to improve it. And thank you very much for the multiple site planning study, which provides for a place for a new library. I think that's really exciting. And thanks to the staff for speaking with the county. I'm sure these were not easy conversations, and I appreciate your work. I must say, when I looked at the numbers appended to the staff report, I really had a hard time understanding them. So I think it would be helpful if we had another look at what underlies those numbers. But I also had a bunch of questions related to the quality of our library. And I don't mean to be impertinent with these questions that went through my mind, but I hope you will view them as my honest thoughts about our library and its management by the Nevada County system. I said to myself, why do we think that Nevada County can run a library that is suited to our community's needs and expectations? That obviously hasn't been happening for some time. So then I said to myself, well, maybe a thing to do would be to look at the other libraries in the system. How are they operating? What do they look like? How do they run? And really, there were only two possibilities there. One is that the other libraries in the system are like ours, or ours is the best in the system, to which my response was, oh dear. Or maybe ours, being on the other side of the mountains, is sort of the orphan in the system. And if that's the case, why do we think this situation can be improved by continued management by Nevada County? I'm not sure that we have really thoroughly hashed out everything that we can to determine whether we as a community can do something better. And I would love to have that second look, because I think the direction we're going in now is not wonderful. We could have a better library building, but the same sort of suboptimal management. I also just want to add one quick thing, which is I looked through our existing general plan, the 2025 general plan, and the word library appears once in the plan, and that's in an explanatory sidebar note. There is nothing in the plan about a library. There is a lot of discussion about many community institutions in the community character element of our current plan. I'd like to suggest that as we revise that plan now, that we consider thinking carefully about the role of the library and setting a commitment and some goals for that in our plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre.
Hi, my name is Roland Aronson, and my husband and I have lived in Truckee since 1987, and I am I worked for the Gifted and Talented program. I taught for 20 years, and then when I retired in 2004, I was invited by a Alan Archer from the Truckee Library, the Nevada County Library, to lead up and develop their literacy program here in Truckee. And that was a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. We developed probably at least 25 volunteers every month would offer their services, their educational backgrounds, their experience to work with our community volunteers who needed literacy help in a very practical way. Those individuals that wanted to get their GED, their high school credential, those individuals that wanted to help their children with educational that were struggling with educational issues. I would match them one-on-one with Truckee community volunteers. And it was amazing. It was amazing. The number of people that were helped, hundreds were helped. I've done this for 14 years. And I just in July, my literacy position, heading up the Truckee read-up program based at the Truckee Library for 14 years, was eliminated by Nevada County. And I spoke up and I said, I will run the program for $1 a year. It's so valuable to this town. And that was not accepted. And there have been some pretty drastic problems that have happened since then. I am no longer allowed to recruit, train, volunteer tutors, or assess and interview and match Truckee volunteers who need literacy help. We call them learners. I am not permitted to do that. And I hear the little button, but there's all kinds of things. My hands are tied. I cannot help this community any longer, and I'm very concerned about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rolanda.
Yeah.
Any other public comment?
Good evening, Yolande Wilbert, County Librarian. So I just wanted to say that Nevada County does care about Truckee. I know it doesn't seem like that always. We are going through changes. I have been county librarian for the last year, and during that year, I am working towards making changes that need to be made. We want to ensure that we have the absolute best manager for Truckee, because there are things that do need to happen here that may not have happened in the past, but it will not happen on my watch, I assure you. I am making sure we're revamping programming. That's why we're doing more programming. That is something that this community said they wanted. Our other libraries do programming, and so my expectation is that the staff here in Truckee will do very similar programming that's geared and based on this community and this community's needs. So I want to assure everyone that even though there are some changes happening, there are changes happening with the adult literacy program right now. We actually do have our first bilingual employee. She speaks Spanish, and she's our new adult literacy coordinator. And she's actually been doing some work with Roland. There are county functions. So the program used to be under the superintendent of schools. And so when they ended the program, I actually took a position out of Helling Library to create a literacy coordinator position so that we could keep literacy services in Nevada County. And so as part of that, we're working on revamping that program to ensure that our tutors and our learners get the best outcomes. Lisa, actually, our literacy coordinator, recently wrote a grant that the state library approved for $35,000 to help us do more family literacy, and that's something we're really working to do here in Truckee as well as across the system. So I just wanted to let everybody know that as county librarian, I am very committed to ensuring that the services that we provide here are equal to or better than what we're providing in Western County. Thank you.
Thank you, Lon. No, you guys can have a conversation if you'd like to offline. Excuse me. Okay, so what we're going to, is there any more public comment? Okay, so we're going to close public comment. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back for council deliberation and discussion. Thank you.
If you let one person talk, then it's
Yeah.
That's the issue.
That. Okay, I'd like to bring the council meeting back to order, and we're going to pick up on item 7.2, the library discussion, and I think we're at the point of council deliberation on this item. So we have a couple of recommendations here in front of us. The first one is ending discussions with the county, and then the second one is authorizing staff time to continue to support, as appropriate, the county implementation of improvements. So who would like to start out? Anyone? Jessica, thank you.
I sat in on the meetings and I went through these impressively intimidating spreadsheets line by line by line. Thankfully, Hillary was able to very clearly explain them all. And I guess hearing public comment, if really the desire is rather than end discussion and to instead suspend negotiation so that the Friends of the Library can kind of take on at their own time, expense, and energy further exploration, I would be comfortable with that. I don't know that I'm comfortable dedicating more of our staff time and financial resources because I feel like it's been looked at really thoroughly. I've spent hours in meetings. The concern that I would like to communicate is that taking the energy to continue revisiting the town running the library is then going to pull energy from looking forward at how can we get a new library built. I want a new library for our community so badly I can feel it in my bones. I want it just as much as everyone else does. And I'm not particular at this point about who's running it. It made sense to me that we as a town do not take over library operations. I learned a ton about what goes into running a library during the meetings, and it was overwhelming. I was blown away by all of the details that you don't really think about when you go to check out your books at the library or go to bring your kids to the reading hour. I saw the actual plans for the Penn Valley that did the interior soft remodel. Just jaw dropped. It was some like famous designing firm that I don't remember their name, but it was gorgeous. They really they took what was kind of a dark, unimpressive building and made it, maybe it's lipstick on a pig, but it was really nice lipstick and the pig was awfully cute. So I would be a strong proponent of requesting that the county does move forward with that soft remodel and really trying to help do what we can while we can focus on looking forward and what's the overall end goal, which is a library that this community deserves, which is a new building, a new facility. So is that answering both of our questions? Authorize staff time to continue to support implementation of improvements. I'm on board with that one. And either way, I think our staff resources should no longer be utilized for discussions, but I'm okay with suspending it. If the Friends want to take that on and take some more time and look at those numbers, we can allow that to happen, in my opinion.
Do you think that would entail giving some kind of a time frame, like, I
think that'd be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Dave?
I generally fairly agree with Jessica with regards to the specific language of suspending or ending. It doesn't, I don't know that it matters that much to me. I don't know that we need to put a timeline on it. I think if they want to come back with something in, late 2019 or 2020, I'm comfortable with that. But I do believe we need to move our staff onto some of the other priorities that we've set for the year. So I'm okay with the recommendation as written. I don't think that prohibits Friends of the Library from coming back with, a revised plan. But I think at least for 2019, we spent a lot of time on it in 2018 predominantly. We've discussed some other priorities during our strategic planning or council offsite, so I think it's time to start moving forward on some of those. So in general, I support the recommendations as they are on the screen.
Thank you, Dave.
Well, first and foremost, I want to thank the community for providing such support for such a key service to our community. I use the library regularly. I've seen many of you there. I also know that it needs to evolve because the way that we are utilizing these services and learning and teaching and engaging with each other is changing. So I'm a strong proponent of creating a space for that is appropriate for the needs of both that type of learning and our community. And I think that does really point to creating a new library. So I would like to authorize staff time to be dedicated to continue to support that effort. I agree that if the Friends of the Library want to continue to look at these numbers and come up with ideas and proposals, that there's no reason for us not to consider that in the future. As for whether or not we're entertaining a soft remodel or not, again, I feel like that's really the decision of the Nevada County Library and the Friends of the Library to collaborate on how you want to utilize that time and resources.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with council generally. I think the thing I want to add is it's Yolande, right? As our new head librarian, I want to thank you for coming up here in the evening. Hope that the storm isn't too much of a complication on that. And I also want to say, at least I've heard some pretty strongly worded criticisms. And so as a new librarian stepping into this job, I think that you've responded to at least a few of those tonight with a lot of grace and a lot of clarity, and I really appreciate that. And the sense I'm getting is that, this community is going to continue to be really relentless in pushing for a new style of operation of the library here. And I think that, our intention as the council in suspending staff time and working on taking over the operation, but leaving the door open for the Friends to pour through those numbers and pour through that budget, while also obviously keeping our eye on the goal of a new library is really how can we all as Nevada Countyans get the best library services here. And so I hope you hear that from us as we're just trying to figure out the best way that we can leverage all of the resources available to achieve that end and focus them all on the forward progress. So it's been a tougher conversation tonight than I expected, and I just want to thank everyone for really trying to push it forward as far as we can.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much all of what I've heard from my fellow council members. I think the most compelling thing here is the vision of a new library. I think there's a lot of shared vision there in our community, a lot of support for it, and I feel like there's a lot of momentum heading in that direction, particularly with the prior item and the beginning of sorting through an ideal site, which the Friends of the Library actually were largely behind that happening, that whole effort. So I think let's stay focused on that. I also appreciate, Ilan, just as Morgan was saying, your remarks and bringing fresh perspective to the whole issue of library management in Truckee. Yeah, I think our community is deserving of a fantastic library that we can all be proud of, and I think certainly we have a great opportunity now with you to renew those efforts and carry them forward. I do have to say, part of me, in terms of going back to the notion of town control, part of me, though, does wonder if, you think back to our incorporation in 1993, and the reason for that incorporation was for control. And I would imagine that back then there were a lot of folks saying, well, gosh, it's going to cost too much. We can never make it happen. All of these obstacles were there in front of town incorporation. And then we did incorporate, and we took over, and we started doing, I think in many respects, a better job at managing our roads, our streets. So part of me still wonders about that. And I at least in a corner of my mind, I'm thinking I'm not completely shutting the door, at least in my view, to considering town management at some point. I think the numbers right now don't really support that. But the thing about modeling is when you model anything, the models are as good as the assumptions that go in. So I do welcome Friends of the Library, taking your own independent look at how things were modeled, the revenue assumptions, the cost assumptions, and we'll look forward to hearing what you have to say on that. But I guess for now, bottom line is I too would support what we have on the screen with all of those caveats. So do we need to vote on this, or you have direction?
I think we have adequate direction, because the issue is not going away. Mm-hmm. And so it's not like this is some definitive endpoint or even a definitive beginning point. I think what you're telling us is, Friends of the Library will do their work. Undoubtedly, there'll be some staff time, but keep it limited and minimal, and then continue to work on whatever improvements we can happen, and then work toward the new facility. I mean, if that seems like the direction, that's what we'll keep doing.
Yep, I think you got it. Okay, very good. So we're gonna do something a little bit different here. We're gonna go to item 7.4. I hope you're not upset about that. If anyone's upset, okay. All right. Okay, so we'll take up 7.4, which is Truckee History Railroad Museum request. I take it council's okay with that as well, okay? And then we'll come back to 7.3 at the end. Okay, so we have, let's see, who is Hillary? Wow. Hillary, you deserve a medal tonight.
4 in a row. For my last item tonight, I'd like to bring forward a proposal from the Truckee History Railroad Museum to lease space in the depot. And first, I'd like to invite Truckee History Railroad Museum committee members Jim Hood and Sean, I can never say your last name, I apologize, Mortier, to present their business plan proposal, and then I will very briefly follow up with staff recommendations.
Thank you, Hillary. Honorable Mayor and council members, I appreciate the opportunity to talk briefly about what we would like to do in the depot in terms of establishing yet a new museum to talk about the history of Truckee. There are two long-term organizations, the Truckee Donner Historical Society and the Truckee Donner Railroad Society, which is really a railroad history society, that have been in existence for many, many years. About 3 years ago, at the encouragement of the McGlashans, they suggested that we join together as and do one new museum to tell the Truckee the true Truckee story. So we formed a 501c3 called the Truckee History Railroad Museum, and that's what I want to talk about. I'm going to give you the summary first, and then I will take each of these points and talk about them in a little more detail. The objective is to tell the history of Truckee. And that's the entire history, and we've actually established, we want to talk about the last 200 years. So go all the way back to the Indian heritage that's here. We do believe that there's an economic impact to the merchants of between 100,000 and 250,000 annually, and I'll talk about where those numbers come from. We believe we can keep visitors here for another several hours, and we do that today in our two existing little museums. But with a better museum, we think we can keep them even longer. And we do propose to be open from Thursday through Monday of every week, so we cover Truckee Thursdays as well as the weekend, as well as any 3-day holiday weekends. So when we first started the new organization, and the new organization is made up of people from the board of directors of each of the two other organizations. Sean and I are actually members of all three organizations. So the first thing, of course, we have to do is do our mission and vision. You know, we all are corporate people, so that's what you do. So we did establish that our mission would be to find a location and funding for a permanent museum that tells the whole Truckee history. And in particular, the vision is we would like to have a facility where we literally, you walk through the timeline of the development of the town from the original Indians to where we are today. So what is that history? Early on, this was an Indian territory. And that is very seldom talked about, and we would like to make sure that that is included in the museum. The next thing is everybody knows about the Donner Party. You very seldom hear about the thousands of people who made it through. So we would like to at least emphasize that this really was one of the main corridors for the settling of California. Obviously, kind of the next major thing that came along was the Transcontinental Railroad. One of the interesting things about railroads is towns were always built as the railroad was being built. Most of them went away after the railroad moved through. Truckee, for some reason, and when we think we know what those reasons are, Truckee actually continued to be a town after the construction of the railroad, and grew and prospered from that point on. Obviously, there were the highways came through next, and then what we would like to talk about in this is those things that really kept the town and made it viable, and those were the logging industry. They used to make orange crates here, believe it or not. There's an enormous amount of history associated with that. Ice harvesting is a big piece of our history that you very seldom hear much about, and it's a very, very fascinating story. And then, of course, tourism became the big thing here. Truckee has had a very, very interesting history, including the wild times of Jaboom Street and the ice palaces that we were talking about earlier. The McGlashan family was very heavily involved in those, and the McGlashan family is very heavily involved with us. So some of the things, like I talked about, we really want to talk about the Indian heritage in the Western migration. We do want to talk about the building of the railroad. There is a role of the Chinese in the building that we would like to try to tell accurately. And there's a great deal of inaccuracy about the Chinese. We have been working with a group at Stanford who are trying to set the record straight of the enormous contribution that the Chinese people made to the development of the railroad, not only here but all over the West. We'd like to talk about the industries that came up. We'd like to talk about the wild side of Truckee, and then we would really like to talk about how the town itself grew. As we all know, it was built, it burned down, it was built, it burned down, on and on and on, and finally it became a permanent, the permanent town that we know today. There's also kind of an interesting story about the depot itself. It is one of the few surviving depots that was built by Southern Pacific to a master plan that they had for putting depots all through their system. We have one of the few existing ones that was made from that original plan. So, what especially the McGlashans have helped us think through is how to move forward from where we are to having a better and better history represented by our combined facilities. Today we do have the old jail museum. We do have the Caboose Museum, which is really not about cabooses. It is about it's about the railroad. It's just that we built it in a caboose. We have recently made agreements to put the rotary snowplow and the crane in the pocket park out in the rail yard. They're actually physically moved into their final place now, and we'll be building the pocket park around them this summer. The other key piece of our operation is the Joseph Research Library. If you never, it's in a cabin over behind the PUD building, and if you've never been there,
Historic cabin.
Historic cabin, yeah. It's a historic cabin full of amazing collections of history, and it's available on Thursdays to the public, right? Mm-hmm. Still on Thursdays, and the amount of information that's there is just quite incredible. So what we plan is to operate at least initially from Thursday through Monday, from noon till 5 p.m. And that does take a large number of volunteers to make that happen. Obviously, all of our operations today are run by volunteers, and I'll give you an idea of how many people we currently have. An interesting thing that I don't want to talk a lot about, but the demographics of who comes to see the museum. We do ask people to give us their zip code of where they live, and from that we can get the demographics. And I think probably the interesting part is that we do get obviously quite a few from Truckee, but it's only about a fourth of who comes into the museums, and we do have people, international people who come to see the museums also. Attendance, we both operate. We operate the two facilities currently, and one of the things that's been really surprising to us, the The Railroad Museum has been open now for 8 years, and we've had 5,000 people every year, and it's really almost constant. Now, we do constantly, revitalize some of the displays, but it's really been surprising to us how many people do come. And remember, that's a caboose. That's 230 square feet. There's a lot packed in it, but it is still pretty small. The old jail museum only operates from Memorial Day to Labor Day because there's no heat in that building. And they have about 750 square feet, so it's much bigger. And they actually get typically 125 visitors a day, where the Railroad Museum gets roughly 50 every day. And but if we take that and project it, we think the new museum should see about 22,000, and it could be much bigger than that if we look at the data from the Chamber of Commerce, at the number of people who come to visit Truckee and the number who their data shows come to visit museums. That could be up closer to 50,000 into the new museum. So the economic impact really comes from, if you keep people longer, they got to eat more. And so the economic impact really comes primarily from if you keep people in town longer, what a projection of how many of them would eat one more meal here, multiplied by the Chamber of Commerce information about the usual amount that they spend. So the hotels, you probably would see some increase, but that would probably only come as we start doing major events that actually would draw people into town to stay. The docent staff, I'm not going to tell you that getting docents and keeping docents is easy. It isn't. We both work very hard at doing that, and we do on the Railroad Museum. We have actually 16 people that are docents. Bob's Railroad, when he runs, takes 25 people. And the old jail has about 16. Now, we need more than that because those facilities will still stay open also. And so we have started a volunteer program. And the usual problem we have when we ask people to be volunteers, they say, well, we don't know the history. And we really try to get people to not just make it up. We try to be accurate in what we do. So we've actually we're starting a history training program for docents to try to get more people, and so that we can keep open the hours that we've talked about, and hopefully more. The finances of museums aren't great. I don't know of any museum that makes money. But fortunately, there are a lot of people who are willing to contribute to keep museums open, to make sure that history is told. So the donations, we know what we get currently. We per person, and that's averaged over now about 40,000 people, and it's not great. But the jail museum actually gets more per capita than we do, largely because it's a larger facility and it has a lot of interesting programs.
It has more fun docents.
We're trying. Okay. fortunately, like I say, there are people who actually contribute to us on quite a regular basis. So the operating expense that we have here, we've worked with town staff on the rent, because that's obviously the largest number. And what that number is, if you've read their staff report, it basically covers expenses, and that's about it. So it is below market value rent. So that is one of the main reasons why we're here, and I'll conclude that. The funding support, we do get support from all over the place. We do have, both of the organizations have people that contribute regularly, and not in substantial amounts of money. And then we do grants constantly. We constantly are doing all kinds of fundraisers, and we will continue to do that and actually expand that program to cover the expenses of this facility as well as the expenses of the new pocket park. So in terms of what we would like to do, we believe it will take us about a year to have the museum open from the time that we get started. So the grand opening would be roughly a year from the time that we have approvals and are ready to start. We would like to do a soft opening. May 10th is the 150th anniversary of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad. So that's the Golden Spike in Promontory, Utah. And on that day, there will actually be a lot of activities that are going to be occurring in and around that date. And we would like to have at least a ribbon cutting and a donation box inside to commemorate starting. So what we're asking tonight is that the town approve a below market rate rental price for the 700 square feet that's on the east end of the depot, and allow us to build a museum in that. We would also like to ask for a continuation of the agreement that we had to put the caboose in the west parking lot. We want to leave it there, but I think we've realized that our lease that we had signed 8 years ago ran out 3 years 3 years ago. So we would ask that Hillary brought that out, mentioned that to us. So we would like to ask for the council to make those two considerations to us. One is the below market rate rental price, and the other one is to continue with the agreement that we have on the current Caboose Museum.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to follow up with a little bit more context and some recommendations. On the depot lease request, staff has met with representatives from the Museum Planning Committee several times over the past 6 months to go over this. And the first thing, before even starting talking about lease amounts, we see as important as the museum hours. According to their proposal, they're proposing 5 days a week, 5 hours per day. We're recommending that be required as a minimum in the lease, and that's just because this is such a key central location in our downtown. We would hate to see it closed up a significant portion of the time. If there is possibility with their volunteer staffing, we certainly would recommend trying to expand that at least during peak dates in peak season. to ensure the financial viability of this lease, because this is a new organization, a new operation, and expecting to operate on donations, we would recommend having both parent organizations included as responsible parties for the financial terms of the lease. So that's the Historical Society and the Railroad Society, and that's something that they have agreed to conceptually. And we propose starting with a 1-year initial lease term with extensions up to 5 years. And that's just, again, because this is a new operation, making sure that everything is able to work out smoothly in terms of meeting financial obligations, maintaining those hours, that sort of thing, before we make a long-term commitment on anything like that. As suggested, this would be a subsidized lease, and this would be to cover town operating costs. So just wanted to highlight that that this would cover about 50% of what we estimate to be market rate lease. So it is not an insubstantial subsidy that we're requesting council consider tonight. Moving forward on the second proposal, which is the request regarding the caboose. Just wanted to briefly highlight the background on that. This was a concept that was first brought to council in 2008 and then approved in 2009. It was approved as an interim museum location for the Railroad Museum until a permanent museum could be constructed. It was approved for a maximum 5-year term. It went through HPAC approval and had the requirement that if it were to be extended, it should come back to HPAC for consideration for any longer term than that. It has now been 10 years, not 5 years. It has not yet gone back to HPAC, so tonight we're not asking council to make a decision on extending this because we believe there are some additional conversations that need to happen. We've preliminarily discussed this with TDMA, but would like to have some further conversations, make sure that the downtown community is supportive of this and understands and is not surprised by this, and then bring it back to HPAC if there is council to support to consider extending the space lease for the caboose, which is currently structured as a $1 per year lease for that space in the depot. They own the caboose. That is the Railroad Society. So summary of our recommendations, staff is recommending authorizing the town manager to enter into a lease agreement with the Truckee Historical Railroad Museum to locate the History Railroad Museum within the Truckee Depot. And I don't think I specified that area in the depot it's about 700 square feet, and that's a former chamber office space. And second, to provide staff initial direction regarding the Railroad Society's request to extend the caboose lease and whether you would like staff to continue to pursue that. Thanks.
Thank you, Hillary. Thank you, Jim and Sean as well for the presentation overview. I'm going to open this up for any questions from council.
I'm just a little bit confused. Does the lease begin immediately, or is it a year from now when the museum opens, or in May when we have the soft opening? When do we start the lease?
That would be negotiated, but probably some point this spring. So we haven't written the lease yet. Once we got that written, then we would begin it so that they can begin building out.
Okay. And then it would be open, hopefully. It wouldn't be sitting empty for a year after the soft opening. Okay.
No, the door will be open because we'll have the donation box.
The donation box, of course. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there will be some construction and installation of exhibits, so it wouldn't be immediately open full-time, but be working towards that goal.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Jim, I was a little surprised to hear that the history of Truckee goes back 200 years. I thought people had been here quite a bit of time before that.
The only comment I'd make on that is we kind of had to pick a period of time and an era of what we're going to talk about.
The more serious question is, you mentioned working with the I think the Stanford group on the Chinese history. Just curious who you're collaborating with on the Native American history.
The Washoe Tribe, the council.
The Washoe Council. Great, thank you.
Okay. My only question, the 11,872 subsidy, very precise number. How was that arrived at?
We have some existing commercial leases, including the one in the space next door to this, which is, I believe it's $2.89 a square foot. So we just calculated based on a square footage basis.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. We will, unless there are any other questions, we'll open this up for public comment. And this time I'm going to be a lot better about limiting the 3 minutes. Now, we've got the gavel up here, so.
Hello, Mayor, Council.
Name, please.
My name is Cassie Habel. I'm with the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association. I am the director. TDMA is in favor and excited about the History Railroad Museum in the depot. We also are excited about understand the need for the permanent location of the Caboose Railroad Museum. I would be remiss if I didn't say this, so I'm just going to read it. With that being said, TDMA would like to acknowledge that the Caboose does take up 2 viable parking spaces, which is a high commodity considering the lack of parking. Even though at this moment in time, we have lots of parking, but after the build out of the rail yard, we'll be back to where we are before the parking came in. With that being said, we are not against the lease extension, and we want to support because we do understand how important history is in our community. We do have some questions, though, and you answered some of them regarding hours. There may be a misconception that it's not open a lot, and maybe most days it's closed. So I think maybe sharing the hours with the outside community so that we know would be a good thing. So hours, maintenance, appearance of the caboose, how that is maintained. And that's pretty much it. So thank you.
Thank you, Cassie. Really appreciate that.
I'm going to go long then. No, just kidding. We paid our due diligence anyway. Ruth Garrissey from the Truckee Chamber. I'm the Director of Operations for the Chamber, and then I manage the California Welcome Center. So a fellow tenant of the depot under contract with the town to make that happen. We welcome the idea of having these new neighbors, and my only comment would be the Welcome Center saw 226,000 people through, and I would say by reference point, the concierge are their number one fans and referrals for both the old jail, the library, and the caboose. My only comment on the caboose, I think it's awesome, is just that with the advent of the consultants on the transit location for buses, that be, if it's already went over 5 years, that maybe the signing of the lease for the caboose is maybe delayed, since that's still one of the 5 locations that they're looking at. And if the transit is to stay status quo, they're looking at improvements, and we don't know what that would look like. But there's 4 other sites that we're looking at too. So I just was throwing that out, not as a discouragement to the caboose, but since it's already 5 years over its term, I would just suggest maybe delaying it until the study is complete on the transit locations. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring this back to council for discussion, deliberation. Anyone care to start?
Sorry, a quick question did come up. I think from Cassie at the very least, but the maintenance, I guess, on especially the caboose, that's all just like the common area maintenance is for the parking lot, the welcome center. It's all under one contract. I'm assuming, or.
The maintenance of the caboose is private property of the Railroad Society, so that structure, if you will, is maintained by the Railroad Society. The parking lot is maintained by the town. The depot building is maintained by the town, although they would be in charge of sort of their interior custodial things like that.
They would be. And is there shared space?
In their lease space. The restrooms are covered. They would not be responsible for maintaining the restrooms, but those would be shared with their use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Who would like to start? I mean, we have two items here, and we could just combine them, I think. Anyone wants to offer their thoughts on these?
I think Ruth had a good point where maybe just leave the caboose for now while the transit center study is going on, unless there's reason not to. Otherwise, thank you for the presentation. Your passion is palpable. It's impressive. And at the risk of falling into the habit of solving problems that aren't mine to solve, I know that high school, the school system requires students to do community service, and I wonder if you might consider recruiting students as volunteer. Oh, okay, well.
The kids don't want to go there. So.
Even for credit? Well, all right.
You've got one very passionate kid, though, at the Forest Charter School in the 7th grade. He grilled me when I was guest speaking over there about where the Railroad Museum was going, and he was one passionate kid, so just get him to round up his friends at the very least. But I would agree with Jessica and not to usurp you. Were you going to make an action?
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's important. You know, I can appreciate and I want to validate the importance of having the museum. So I'm aligned with that. And as far as the caboose part, I don't have my heart set one way or another. We can renew it. It's been over 5 years. It's not going to hurt it, in my opinion, to leave it for now, too.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I agree with you. I think leaving the caboose maybe just as is, or on how many years are we looking at the caboose? Are we looking at another 5-year term?
It could be whatever we want.
Whatever we want.
It could be a year. It could be
I think let's just keep it going as it is, maybe month to month, or keep status quo and authorize the lease agreement. So,
okay.
Would you like a motion? Are we making motions? What are we doing?
See if Anna we'll be ready in a sec, I think. But Anna or Morgan, any thoughts?
Hillary, are you clear? It's really all that matters right now.
I think we're clear. Do we maybe want a motion to lease?
Yeah. In the lease, I think that is a good point, but I know you don't want to be without a lease. So we should have something in effect, correct?
For the caboose, we do have an existing lease. It just is expired, but they are continuing to pay their $1 a year. So I think we're good. They'll keep their insurance up. We can continue in that sort of vein until we have direction on the transit study.
And how long are we thinking the transit study is going to take? I know I'm on that committee, but we haven't met yet, so.
Looking to Dan.
8 to 12 months.
8 to 12 months. Okay. All right. I think that is probably a good plan, just to keep our options open. I, too, just want to really reiterate what Jessica said. I'm so proud of the history of Truckee. I bring all of my visitors to the jail and the caboose, and I'm excited to see this new exhibit. So welcome to the Rail Yard Museum, assuming that we seem to have agreement. I think it's going to be a great asset to the downtown area. And thank you for TDMA for chiming in. It's good to know that we have the support of the local organizations there as well.
I agree, and just a thought, I don't know what this does with the parking issue that you raised, Cassie, but if the caboose were moved to the other side of the depot, what does that do?
It makes it worse.
In terms of adjacency, though, to the museum, it seems to make some sense. But anyway, just whatever. Okay, so I think we're ready to move on, right? You have a motion.
I'll just add that I have May 10th marked to my calendar. With that,
Same.
I will move the both staff recommendations.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. Looking forward to an exciting new museum. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for coming out this evening, and appreciate your patience too. All right. Next, we're going to go back to item 7.3. And Jeff Lux is teed up for that, Mountain Housing Council Policy Platform.
Yes, I will do a very abbreviated presentation given the lateness of the hour. We do have Chris Mertens and Yumi Don here who know a lot more than I do, but I know enough, I think, to explain this one quickly. So this is one of the many Mountain Housing Council kind of policy initiatives, obviously in furtherance of affordable and workforce housing is the overall objective and goal, and particularly for smaller towns and rural areas, I think is kind of where this one is headed. What we're asking council is to, as one of the 29 or 30 organizations that make up the council, simply accept this as the policy, as a policy platform for state and potentially federal legislation. Probably most of it will be state. Like so many of the Mountain Housing Council policy initiatives, this one came up. There was a Tiger Team forum. That's just a research team made up of a number of people from various organizations within Mountain Housing Council. Kicked it around, came up fairly quickly. Sierra Business Council was the consultant and will continue to be the consultant or the lobbyist, essentially, to push these platforms forward. They came up with a relatively straightforward and I think pretty easy to support platform, mostly having to do with supporting additional funding opportunities for affordable and workforce housing, but also to continue to look for trying to reduce barriers to creating that kind of housing. The way this is structured is the town of Truckee doesn't have to agree 100% with everything that gets proposed. So, for example, there's a piece of state legislation that might be proposed. Sierra Business Council will research it. They will circulate whether they believe, it seems like something we should be supporting. The town will then either kind of say yes or no to that question. It'll probably be done mostly at the staff level or maybe an occasion when it comes to council. But we have kind of an opt-in, opt-out on particular pieces of legislation or particular policy platforms with the state. We think that overall this is a really good idea. It'll strengthen the voice in the region or voice at the state level for sure. The Sierra Business Council will be working in concert with our own lobbyists, so we still have our own lobbyists, which I think many of you are familiar with, who will be doing some lobbying on our behalf on these same sort of issues. There may be an issue that comes up where the town of Truckee is not particularly supportive or not 100% on board. We don't necessarily have to then add our voice to the list of organizations, so it's a somewhat fungible list. So we're asking for you to accept this as the policy platform. One of the reasons it feels a bit of a hurry up, it was a bit of a hurry up from some of the other Tiger teams, which took many, many months and went through dozens of iterations, or more than dozens in some cases of some of the reports, is because they were trying to make sure that they would get their lobbying efforts in for this legislative season, which is already active and happening, and there's all kinds of housing bills. And if we miss this legislative season by messing around with edits and being very precise and getting into detail, we would have missed, potentially a pretty important milestone. So to get it off the dime, we're hoping that we can push it along. And they asked each of the member jurisdictions to test it out with their boards and commissions and councils, and that's what we're doing.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. Any questions?
I had a whole list of questions that were completely geeky, and Hillary and Jeff answered them all, so I'm not going to subject you to them. Not at this time.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Any other?
I just have one quick question. So I did ask Jeff as well, had a couple questions mostly on the lobbying efforts. If we're going to put together a policy platform like this, how are we actually going to make a difference on it? Understanding a little bit more Sierra Business Council's involvement, so when a topic comes up on this, whether it's state, federal, or what have you, are we coordinating with SBC on the lobbying piece of that? Is it a townwide lobbying, or Chris, or maybe speak a little bit to SBC's lobbying efforts,
how the process will work?
Yeah, I guess so. And if we're going to be duplicating effort, or if we're going to be coming in with a stronger voice as a group, or we're also going to utilize our own voice.
I'll let Chris kind of respond from the SBC point of view, and I'll add in.
Yeah, Chris Mertens with Sierra Business Council. So the way it's going to work is the policy platform is the first step. That just kind of sets the parameters of the types of things we're going to be engaging on. The second step is a product that we're calling the work plan, which is an actual one-page document that actually identifies bills and our positions on those bills as a group. And so the idea behind that is that work plan can be distributed to each member of the group's lobbyists, so that when that lobbyist is in Sacramento talking to somebody about housing in Truckee or Placer County or whatever, they could just kind of hand that person, hey, my client is a member of this larger coalition that has agreed to, focus on this issue. Does that kind of answer your question?
Sort of, yeah. So is it going to be going through is it,
Yeah.
You guys are still contracting with Houston Magnani. I don't know if you have other lobbyists for different subject matters, et cetera. Jeff told me the town has our own set of lobbying firms. So
Manuel Jones.
I guess, are we just going to be hitting on all cylinders wherever are you going to make that one pager available to our lobbyist as well? I guess maybe is the question. It's the more clear question.
The answer is yes. Our lobbyist is not going to be working on this. It's not one of their issues. I'm down in Sacramento a lot, so this is something that I will personally be working on. But we're also kind of hoping that because the group has a lot of connections and many members of the group have their own lobbyists, that yes, we can just hand that one pager and talk to people if they have questions, and it'll be kind of a group effort.
And we may be, with our own lobbyists, maybe doing a parallel effort, or if something is particularly interesting to Truckee, but maybe not so interesting to other Mountain Housing Council members, we may be going off on our own and doing what we have to do there.
And just one quick thing, if there's a bill that the group is supporting, the idea is that I will kind of write that letter, circulate it to the group for their approval. It'll be in line with the policy platform, and then that letter will actually list each member of the Mountain Housing Council on it. So that's another way of conveying our position.
Each member or each organization?
Each organization, okay. Yeah.
The only kind of legislation that we thought about that might be problematic for us, in which we might opt out, would be there are many bills over the last couple of years, and many council members are aware of them, where the state legislature is so keen on housing that they want to take away local land use control pretty significantly, and that may be one where we have ambivalence around. We may have to look hard at that one. Short of that, it would be hard for me to imagine a bill that we wouldn't find alignment on with most of our members.
So it is at the very least an opt-in, opt-out opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we could talk more, but
yeah, happy to do so.
I won't.
Any other questions, Council? Okay, we'll open this up for public comment. Susie Tarnay, do you have any? No? Okay. We'll close public comment and bring it back to Council for discussion or a motion, perhaps.
Make a motion that we accept the policy platform from the Mountain Housing Council.
Thank you, Dave.
Second.
Thank you, Jessica. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Motion carries. Thank you, Yumi, for hanging out here as well.
Yeah.
And thank you, Chris. Yep, appreciate it. Okay, so this brings us, I believe, to item number 8, council reports. So
I can start. Nothing to report.
Nothing to report. Okay. Anna?
Oh, come on. You enjoyed our 2-day retreat at least as much as I did.
2-day team building retreat. Yeah.
That was the highlight of the month for me. I don't know. That was fantastic. I also enjoyed your presentation at the ICE Endangered Art Inspires Action event, as well as Mayor Tierman's. There were a lot of really great presentations. Yeah, see? You were active. But the funny thing is the rest of my planned meetings were all rescheduled due to the storms. So nothing else other than those. But I think a lot of residents kind of probably experienced a similar thing where many of their scheduled events were canceled, because I got a whole lot of emails, primarily about snow removal and berms and snow plows. And I really, really want to thank Dan for not just taking over for the week while Jeff was gone, but also fielding, I don't know how many questions I had to send to him last week in order to get back to people that were challenging or challenged by our snow removal circumstances. So that's my council report. So thank you again, Dan.
I'm sorry. I forgot we went back 3 weeks to our last meeting. So I spoke at the ICE Endangered meeting. Also attended a very lovely 20-year birthday party celebration for the Community Foundation at a airport hangar. It was fun.
I attended my first TRBWG meeting. It's about what? It's water. Truckee River. Sorry, it's 11:45. 11:30. Truckee River Basin Water Group meeting. So I'm going to learn a lot. I'm thrilled to learn about I don't know. It was all new. So
Acre feet?
Acre feet. Is that at the
feet.
acre feet of water that Truckee has and who has control over it? It was interesting. That and then the team building, which was great. So.
Thank you, Jessica.
I only met with Jennifer Jennings of Tahoe Donner Association to speak about their short-term rental new policies that they're putting in place, and we'll follow up with some other council members and staff as that develops more fully. But they have a bunch of concerns and want us to do a bunch of things, so it'll be interesting. But talk about that later.
All right. Thank you, Dave. January 24, I also attended the ICE Climate Action event at the Lift. Wonderful event, well attended. And then on the next day, the 25th, County Oversight Board meeting, my first and last. It lasted about 15 minutes, Anna, so you know what you're in for going forward. Council retreat on the 30th and 31st, terrific event. And then I attended the housing workshop on February 7th. Danielle, fantastic job, you and your team. Your team left. They were here a minute ago. I was gonna thank them as well, but you had the whole crew there, extremely well attended, and I think very engaged community participants. So, yeah, and that's it. So with that, I think we can gavel this meeting, right? And so can we?
You're going to go back into closed session. Item 9.1 on
I
your
understand
agenda.
that, but is that, I know, Dan, you've been here all night waiting.
So it's up to you guys. It'll be quick, or you can defer to the next meeting.
Yeah, what's that? I think, I mean, my vote would be to defer to the next meeting in the beginning of the meeting, do closed session prior to. But how does everyone else feel? Yeah. Yeah, I think we're pretty spent. I mean, we got started at 4 p.m. So, yeah, thank you Thank you for that.